Chapter 1. There is no one left. When Mary Lennox went to live at Misselthwaite Manor with her uncle, people said she was a very disagreeable child. She had a small, thin face and body, and light yellow hair. She always looked unhappy. Mary had been born in India and was often sick. Her father worked for the English government, but he was always busy and ill. Her mother was very beautiful and liked to go to parties and have fun with other people. She didn't want a baby, so when Mary was born, her mother gave her to the care of a nurse. The nurse was told to keep Mary out of sight, so her mother wouldn't be bothered by her. As a result, Mary grew up spoiled and selfish. She was never close to anyone. When Mary was about 9 years old, one very hot morning, she woke up feeling very angry. She saw that the servant by her bed was not her nurse. "Why are you here?" Mary asked. "Send my nurse to me." The woman was scared and said her nurse couldn't come. Mary got angry and hit the woman. The servant just looked scared and said again that her nurse couldn't come. Something strange was happening that day. The servants were acting strangely and some were missing. But no one would tell Mary what was going on. Her nurse never came. Eventually, Mary went outside to play under a tree. She pretended to make a flower bed with big red flowers. She was angry and kept muttering rude things. She heard her mother's voice outside. Mary looked at her mother, who was standing with a young man. Mary's mother was tall and pretty, wearing beautiful clothes. Mary stared at her mother and then heard her say to the young man, "Is it very bad?" "Oh, is it?" The young man replied, "Yes, it is very bad. You should have gone to the hills 2 weeks ago." At that moment, Mary heard loud crying from the servants' quarters. Her mother grabbed the young man's arm, looking scared. Mary was very frightened, too. The crying grew louder. "What is it?" Mary heard her mother ask. "Someone has died," said the young man. The next day, Mary learned that cholera had spread and many people were dying. Her nurse had died in the night, and the servants were crying because of it. 3 other servants died by the next day, and others ran away because they were afraid. Mary hid in the nursery and was forgotten by everyone. Nobody thought about her. She only knew that people were sick and that she heard strange sounds. One time, she went to the dining room and saw that it was empty. There was food on the table, but no one was there. She ate some fruit and biscuits and drank a glass of wine. The wine made her very sleepy, so she went back to her room and fell asleep. She didn't wake up for a long time. When she finally woke up, everything was very quiet. She wondered if everyone had gotten better. She also wondered who would take care of her now that her nurse was gone. She didn't cry because her nurse had died. She wasn't very close to anyone, and no one seemed to care about her. When people were sick, it seemed like no one remembered her. After a while, she noticed a little snake crawling on the floor. She wasn't scared because it seemed harmless. The snake quickly slipped out of the room. Mary said, "How quiet it is. It feels like no one is here except me and the snake." Soon, she heard footsteps outside. Men came into the house and started talking in low voices. No one greeted them. They looked around the rooms. One of the men saw Mary and looked very surprised. "Barney," he said, "there's a child here. Alone. In a place like this." "I am Mary Lennox," the girl said. "I fell asleep when everyone had the cholera, and I've just woken up. Why hasn't anyone come for me?" The man was very sad when he looked at her. He said softly, "Poor little child. No one is left to come for you." Mary then realized that her father and mother had both died, and so had most of the servants. The few servants who survived had left. The house was completely quiet, with no one left except Mary and the little snake. Chapter 2. Mistress Mary Quite Contrary. Mary liked to watch her mother from far away. She thought her mother was very pretty, but Mary did not know her mother well. Because of that, she could not really love her or miss her when she was gone. In fact, Mary did not miss her at all. Mary was a very self-focused child. She always thought only about herself. If she had been older, she might have been very scared of being all alone in the world. But she was very young, and she had always been cared for. So she believed she would always be cared for. Mary only wished to know if she would be with nice people. People who were kind, polite, and let her have her own way, just as her ayah and the other native servants had done. Mary knew she was not going to stay at the poor English clergyman's house where she had first been taken. She did not want to stay there. The clergyman was poor. He had 5 children, all nearly the same age. They wore old, shabby clothes. They argued and fought over toys. Mary did not like the messy bungalow. She was so disagreeable that after 1 or 2 days, none of the children wanted to play with her. By the second day, they even gave her a nickname that made her very angry. It was a boy named Basil who first thought of the nickname. Basil was a little boy with cheeky blue eyes and a turned-up nose. Mary did not like him. One day, while she was playing alone under a tree, just like the day when the cholera broke out, she was making little piles of earth and paths for a garden. Basil came and stood near to watch her. After a while, he got interested and said, "Why don't you put a pile of stones there and pretend it is a rockery?" He leaned over to point. "Go away," cried Mary. "I do not want boys. Go away." Basil looked angry for a moment, then he began to tease her. He often teased his sisters. He danced around her, made funny faces, sang and laughed. Mistress Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With silver bells and cockle shells, and marigolds all in a row. He sang until the other children heard and laughed too. The more angry Mary became, the more they sang Mistress Mary, quite contrary. After that, whenever she was with them they often called her that name. Sometimes they even said it to her. "You are going to be sent home," Basil said, "at the end of the week. And we are glad about it." "I am glad too," answered Mary. "But where is home?" "She does not know where home is," said Basil with a scornful little laugh. "It is England, of course. Our grandmamma lives there. Our sister Mabel was sent to her last year. You are not going to your grandmamma. You have no grandmamma. You are going to your uncle. His name is Mr. Archibald Craven." "I do not know anything about him," snapped Mary. "I know you do not," Basil answered. "You do not know anything. Girls never know. I heard father and mother talking about him. He lives in a big, old, lonely house in the country. No one goes near him. He is very cross. He will not let people near him. They would not come even if he allowed them. He is a hunchback, and he is very horrible." "I do not believe you," said Mary. She turned her back and put her fingers in her ears so she would not listen any more. Later that night, when Mrs. Crawford told her that she was soon sailing to England to see her uncle, Mr. Archibald Craven, who lived at Misselthwaite Manor, Mary looked very hard and stubborn. No one could understand her face. They tried to be kind to her, but when Mrs. Crawford tried to kiss her, Mary turned her face away. When Mr. Crawford patted her shoulder, she stood very stiff. "She is such a plain child," Mrs. Crawford said sadly afterward. "And her mother was so beautiful. Her manner was very pretty, too, but Mary behaves in the most unattractive way I have ever seen in a child. The children call her Mistress Mary quite contrary, and even though that is a naughty name, one cannot help to understand it. Maybe if her mother had shown her pretty looks and manners more often, Mary might have learned them. It is very sad now that the poor, beautiful woman is gone. Many people did not even know she had a child. I believe she hardly ever looked at her, sighed Mrs. Crawford. When her ayah died, no one cared about the little thing. Think of the servants running away and leaving her all alone in that empty bungalow. Colonel McGrew said he almost jumped when he opened the door and found her standing by herself in the middle of the room. Mary travelled a long way to England with an officer's wife. The officer's wife was taking her children to a boarding school. Mary was very much absorbed by her own little boy and girl. She was even glad to be given to the woman Mr. Archibald Craven sent to meet her in London. This woman was Mr. Craven's housekeeper at Misselthwaite Manor, and her name was Mrs. Medlock. She was a stout woman with very red cheeks and sharp black eyes. She wore a very purple dress, a black silk cloak with jet fringes, and a black bonnet decorated with purple velvet flowers that moved when she moved her head. Mary did not like her at all, but since Mary rarely liked anyone, it was nothing special. Besides, it was very clear that Mrs. Medlock did not like Mary much either. My word, she is a very plain little thing, Mrs. Medlock said. And we have heard that her mother was very beautiful. She has not passed much beauty on, has she? Perhaps she will improve as she grows older, said the officer's wife kindly. If she were not so pale and had a nice expression, her features are quite good. Children change a lot. She will have to change a great deal, answered Mrs. Medlock. And nothing is likely to improve children at Misselthwaite, if you ask me. They thought Mary was not listening because she was standing a little apart from them by the window of the hotel. She watched the buses, cabs, and people passing by, but she heard very well. She was very curious about her uncle and the place where he lived. What sort of a place was it? What would he be like? What is a hunchback? She had never seen one. Perhaps there were none in India. Since Mary had lived in other people's houses and had no ayah, she began to feel lonely and to have strange thoughts. She wondered why she never seemed to belong to anyone, even when her father and mother were alive. Other children seemed to be their parents' little ones, but Mary never felt like someone's little girl. She had servants, food, and clothes, but no one really noticed her. She did not know that this was because she was a disagreeable child. Of course, she did not know she was disagreeable. She often thought other people were disagreeable, but she did not know she was the same. Mary thought Mrs. Medlock was the most disagreeable person she had ever seen. Mrs. Medlock had a common, bright face and a plain bonnet. The next day, when they travelled to Yorkshire, Mary walked through the station to the train car with her head held high. She tried very hard to stay away from Mrs. Medlock, because she did not want to seem as if she belonged to her. It would have made her very angry if people thought she was Mrs. Medlock's little girl. But Mrs. Medlock was not disturbed by Mary at all. She was the kind of woman who said, "I will not stand any nonsense from a child." At least, that is what she would have said if asked. Mrs. Medlock did not want to go to London when her sister Maria's daughter was getting married. However, she had a comfortable, well-paid job as the housekeeper at Misselthwaite Manor. The only way she could keep that job was to obey Mr. Archibald Craven immediately. She never dared to ask any questions. Captain Lennox and his wife died of the cholera, Mr. Craven said in his short, cold voice. Captain Lennox was my wife's brother, and I am the guardian of their daughter. The child is to be brought here. You must go to London and bring her yourself. So Mary packed her small trunk and made the journey. Mary sat in the corner of the train carriage. She looked very plain and worried. She had nothing to read or play with. She folded her thin little black-gloved hands in her lap. Her black dress made her look even more yellow, and her limp light hair stuck out from under her black crepe hat. A more marred-looking young one I have never seen, thought Mrs. Medlock. Marred is a Yorkshire word that means spoiled and sulky. She had never seen a child who sat so still without doing anything. Soon she grew tired of watching Mary and began to speak in a brisk, hard voice. "I suppose I may as well tell you something about where you are going," she said. "Do you know anything about your uncle?" "No," said Mary. "Never heard your father and mother talk about him?" "No," said Mary, frowning. She frowned because she remembered that her parents never told her any special things. They never spoke to her about things. "Humph," muttered Mrs. Medlock as she stared at Mary's strange, silent little face. She did not say more for a few moments, then she began again. "I suppose you might as well be told something to prepare you. You are going to a strange place." Mary said nothing at all. Mrs. Medlock looked a little uncomfortable, but then, after taking a breath, she went on. "Not that it is a very big and gloomy place, and Mr. Craven is proud of it in his own way, and that is very gloomy too. The house is 600 years old and it stands on the edge of the moor. There are nearly 100 rooms, though most of them are locked. There are many old pictures and fine furniture that have been there for ages, and a large park, gardens, and trees with branches that reach the ground, some of them." Mrs. Medlock paused and took another breath. "But there is nothing else," she ended suddenly. Mary began to listen, even though she did not want to show interest. That was one of her unhappy, disagreeable ways. So she sat very still. "Well," said Mrs. Medlock, "what do you think of it?" "Nothing," answered Mary. "I know nothing about such places." This made Mrs. Medlock laugh a little. "Eh?" she said. "But you are like an old woman. Do you not care?" "It does not matter," said Mary, "whether I care or not." "You are right," said Mrs. Medlock. "It does not matter. You are kept at Misselthwaite Manor, I suppose, because it is the easiest way. He will not trouble himself about you. He troubles himself about no one." Mrs. Medlock stopped as if she remembered something. "He has a crooked back," she said. That made him wrong. He was a sour young man, and he did not get any good of his money or big house until he was married. Mary's eyes turned toward her even though she tried not to show care. She had never thought about a hunchback being married, and she was a little surprised. Mrs. Medlock saw this, and since she liked to talk, she continued. She was a sweet, pretty thing, and he would have walked the world over to get her a blade of grass if she wanted it. No one thought she would marry him, but she did, and people said she married him for his money. But she did not. She did not, Mrs. Medlock said firmly. When she died. Mary jumped a little. "Oh, did she die?" Mary exclaimed, without meaning to. She had just remembered a French fairy story called Riquet à la Houppe. It was about a poor hunchback and a beautiful princess, and it made Mary suddenly feel sorry for Mr. Archibald Craven. "Yes, she died," Mrs. Medlock answered. "And it made him even stranger. He cares about no one. He will not see people. Most of the time he goes away, and when he's at Misselthwaite, he shuts himself up in the West Wing and lets only Pitcher see him. Pitcher is an old fellow, but he cared for him when he was a child, and he knows his ways." This sounded like something from a book, and it did not make Mary feel happy. A house with 100 rooms, almost all locked, on the edge of a moor, no matter what a moor is, seemed very gloomy. A man with a crooked back who shuts himself away, too. Mary stared out of the window with her lips pressed together. It was natural that the rain should pour down in grey slanting lines, splashing and streaming down the window panes. If her pretty mother were alive, she might have made things cheerful by being like her own mother and by running in and out and going to parties in frocks full of lace. But she was no more. "You need not expect to see him," said Mrs. Medlock. 10 to 1, you will not. "And do not expect many people to talk to you," she continued. "You must play by yourself and take care of yourself. You will be told which rooms you may go into and which rooms you must not. There are many gardens. But when you are in the house, do not wander around. Mr. Craven will not allow it." "I shall not want to wander," said sour little Mary, and just as suddenly as she had begun to feel sorry for Mr. Archibald Craven, she stopped feeling sorry and thought he was so unpleasant he deserved everything that had happened to him. Then she turned her face toward the big windows of the railway carriage and stared out at the grey rainstorm. It seemed as if the storm would never end. She watched it so long that the grey grew heavier before her eyes, and she fell asleep. Chapter 3. Across the Moor. Mary slept for a long time. When she woke up, Mrs. Medlock had bought a lunch basket at a station. They had chicken, cold beef, bread, butter, and hot tea. The rain was still falling heavily, and everyone at the station wore shiny, wet coats. The train guard turned on the lamps in the carriage, and Mrs. Medlock became cheerful as she ate her meal. She ate a lot, and after finishing, she fell asleep. Mary watched her bonnet slip to the side and then fell asleep again. The sound of the rain hitting the window made her feel sleepy. When she woke up again, it was very dark. The train had stopped, and Mrs. Medlock was shaking her shoulder. "You've had a long sleep," she said. "Wake up. We are at Thwaite Station, and we still have a long drive ahead." Mary stood up and rubbed her eyes. Mrs. Medlock gathered her bags, but Mary did not help her. In India, servants always carried things, and she thought it was normal for other people to do the work. The station was very small, and they were the only ones getting off the train. The station master spoke to Mrs. Medlock in a loud but friendly voice. His accent sounded strange to Mary, but she later learned it was Yorkshire. "I see you're back," he said. "And you've brought the little one with you." "Yes, this is her," Mrs. Medlock replied, nodding toward Mary. "How is your wife?" "Doing well. The carriage is outside waiting for you." A black carriage stood on the road in front of the station. Mary saw that it looked fancy, and a footman in a long waterproof coat helped her inside. His coat and hat were wet from the rain, just like everything else outside. Once the footman shut the door and climbed up beside the driver, the carriage started moving. Mary sat in a soft seat, but she did not feel sleepy anymore. She looked out of the window, curious to see where they were going. Mrs. Medlock had told her that Misselthwaite Manor was a strange place. Mary was not scared, but she felt unsure about going to a house with 100 locked rooms, standing alone near a moor. "What is a moor?" she suddenly asked Mrs. Medlock. "Look out the window in 10 minutes, and you'll see," Mrs. Medlock replied. "We have to cross Missale Moor before we reach the manor. You won't see much because it's dark, but you'll get an idea." Mary did not ask anything else. She sat quietly in her seat and kept her eyes on the window. The lamps on the carriage shone a little way ahead, showing glimpses of the road. First, they passed through a small village with white houses and a pub. Then she saw a church, a vicarage, and a little shop with toys and sweets in the window. After that, they left the village and travelled on a dark road. There were hedges and trees, but after a while, she could see nothing except blackness. She leaned closer to the window just as the carriage gave a sudden jolt. "Now we're on the moor," said Mrs. Medlock. The carriage lamps lit up the rough road. Low bushes and wild plants grew along the sides, but after that, there was only empty darkness. The wind started to blow, making a strange, rushing sound. "It's not the sea, is it?" Mary asked, looking at Mrs. Medlock. "No, not the sea," Mrs. Medlock answered. "It's just miles and miles of empty land. Nothing grows here except heather and gorse. Only wild ponies and sheep live out here." "It sounds like the sea," Mary said. "That's the wind in the bushes," said Mrs. Medlock. "It's a lonely place, but some people like it, especially when the heather is blooming." The carriage continued through the dark, bumpy road. The rain had stopped, but the wind blew hard and whistled loudly. The road went up and down, and sometimes they passed over small bridges where water rushed beneath them. Mary felt like they had been traveling forever. The moor seemed like a black ocean, and the road was a small path through it. "I don't like it," she thought. "I don't like it at all." She pressed her lips together tightly. Then, as the horses climbed another hill, Mary suddenly saw a tiny light in the distance. Mrs. Medlock saw it, too, and sighed. "Ah, I'm glad to see that light," she said. "That's the lodge. We'll have a nice cup of tea soon." But it still took some time. When the carriage went through the big gates of the estate, there were 2 more miles of road left. Trees lined both sides, and their branches nearly touched, making it feel like they were inside a dark tunnel. Finally, they reached an open space, and the carriage stopped in front of a long, low stone house. At first, Mary thought the house had no lights at all. But when she got out, she saw a faint glow in one of the upstairs windows. The entrance door was huge, made of dark wood with big iron studs and bars. When it opened, Mary stepped inside and found herself in an enormous hall. It was dimly lit, and the old paintings on the walls and the armor standing in the corners made her feel uneasy. She stood on the cold stone floor, feeling very small and strange in her black dress. A thin old man stood near the servant who had opened the door. "Take her to her room," he said in a husky voice. "He doesn't want to see her. He's leaving for London in the morning." "All right, Mr. Pitcher," Mrs. Medlock replied. "As long as I know what to do, I can manage." "Just make sure he's not disturbed," Mr. Pitcher said. "He doesn't want to see or hear anything he doesn't like." Then Mary followed Mrs. Medlock up a broad staircase. They walked down a long hallway, then up a small set of steps, through another hallway, and then another. Finally, a door opened, and Mary stepped into a warm room with a fire burning in the fireplace. A plate of supper was set on a table. Mrs. Medlock pointed inside and said, "Well, here you are. This is your room, and the one next to it is yours, too. You must stay in them. Don't forget that." And so, Mary arrived at Misselthwaite Manor. She had never felt so strange or unhappy in her life. Chapter 4. Martha. When Mary opened her eyes in the morning, a young maid came into her room. The maid came to light the fire. She knelt on the rug and cleaned the cinders with a rake. Mary lay in bed and watched her for a little while. Then she looked around the room. Mary had never seen a room like this before. It looked strange and dark. The walls had a large picture made of tapestry. In the picture, there was a forest with many people. Under the trees, Mary saw hunters, horses, dogs, and ladies. Mary felt as if she were in the forest with them. Mary looked out of a deep window. Outside, she saw a long piece of land with no trees. It looked like a big, dull, purple sea. "What is that?" Mary said and pointed out of the window. Martha, the maid, stood up and looked. "That is the moor," she said with a kind smile. "Do you like it?" "No," said Mary. "I hate it." "That is because you are not used to it," said Martha. "You think it is too big and empty. But you will like it." Do you like it? Mary asked. Yes, I do, said Martha. She went back to clean the grate. I love them all. It is not empty. It has many plants that smell sweet. In spring and summer, the gorse, broom, and heather are in flower. It smells like honey, and the air is very fresh. The sky is very high. The bees and the skylarks make a nice sound with their hums and songs. I would not leave the moor for anything. Mary listened to Martha with a serious, puzzled look. Mary remembered the servants in India. They were very polite and did not speak as equals to their masters. They always said please and thank you. Mary even slapped her ayah when she was angry. Mary wondered what this girl would do if someone slapped her. Martha was a round, rosy, and kind girl. But she was strong. Mary thought that Martha might even slap back if someone hit her. You are a strange servant, said Mary from her pillows in a proud way. Martha sat up and laughed. I know I am strange, she said. If there was a very rich lady at Misselthwaite, I would not be one of the housemaids. I might be a kitchen maid, but I would not work upstairs. I speak in my Yorkshire way. But this is a funny house. There is no real master or mistress. There is only Mr. Pitcher and Mrs. Medlock. Mr. Craven is almost always away. Mrs. Medlock gave me this job because she could not have done it in a big house like the others. Are you going to be my servant? Mary asked in her Indian way. Martha began to clean the grate again and said, I am Mrs. Medlock's servant. I do the housework upstairs and I wait on you a little. But you will not need much waiting on. Who is going to dress me? Mary demanded. Martha looked surprised and said in her strong Yorkshire way, Can't you dress yourself? What do you mean? I do not understand your language, said Mary. Sorry, I forget. Mrs. Medlock said you must learn to dress yourself, said Martha. No, said Mary, very angry. I never dressed myself in my life. My ayah dressed me. Well, said Martha, it is time you learn. You are young. It will do you good to learn. My mother always said that rich children should learn to dress themselves. They are like little puppies who are washed, dressed, and taken for walks. It is different in India, said Mary. She did not like this at all. But Martha was not upset. I see it is different. I think it is because there are many black people in India and not many white people. When I heard you came from India, I thought you were black too. Mary sat up in bed and became very angry. What? You thought I was a native? You daughter of a pig! Mary shouted. Martha looked angry too. Who are you calling names? You do not have to be so angry. I do not hate black people. I read that they are very religious and kind. I have never seen one, and I was happy to think I would see one close. When I came to light your fire this morning, I looked at you. And you were not more black than I am, even if you are very yellow. Mary could not stop her anger. You thought I was a native. You dared. You know nothing about natives. They are servants. You know nothing about India. You know nothing. Mary felt very sad. She was so angry and lonely that she threw herself onto the pillows and began to cry a lot. Martha was a kind Yorkshire girl. She felt a little sorry for Mary. Martha came to the bed and said, Please do not cry like that. I did not know you would be upset. I am sorry, miss. Please stop crying. Martha's kind, simple Yorkshire words made Mary feel a little better. Mary soon stopped crying. Martha looked happy. It is time for you to get up now, said Martha. Mrs. Medlock told me to bring you breakfast, tea, and dinner into the room next to this one. They have made a nursery for you. I will help you with your clothes. If the buttons are in the back, you cannot do them by yourself." When Mary finally got up, she saw that the clothes Martha brought were not the ones she wore last night with Mrs. Medlock. "These are not mine," Mary said. "Mine are black." She looked at the thick white wool coat and dress. Then she said, "These are nicer than mine." "These are the clothes you must wear," said Martha. "Mr. Craven told Mrs. Medlock to get them in London. He said, 'I will not have a child in black clothes. It makes the house sad. Put some colour on her.' His wife said she knew what he meant. "I hate black things," said Mary. Dressing taught them both something. Martha had helped her little brothers and sisters with buttons before, but she had never seen a child who stood still and waited to be dressed like a doll. "Why do you not put on your own shoes?" Martha asked when Mary slowly showed her foot. "My ayah did it," said Mary. "It was the custom." Mary often said, "It was the custom." The native servants always said that. If someone told them to do something new, they said, "It is not the custom," and that was the end of the matter. It was not the custom for Mary to do anything but stand and let herself be dressed like a doll. But before breakfast, Mary began to think that her life at Misselthwaite Manor would teach her many new things, like putting on her own shoes and stockings and picking up things she dropped. If Martha had been a very good young lady's maid, she would have been very respectful. But she was only a simple Yorkshire girl who grew up in a small moor cottage with many brothers and sisters who did not learn to do things for themselves. Mary was not a child who liked to laugh. At first, she did not care about Martha's talk. But soon she began to understand what Martha was saying. "Look at my family," said Martha. "There are 12 of us and my father gets only 16 shillings a week. My mother makes porridge for us all. We play on the moor all day. Mother says the moor air makes us strong. She thinks we eat grass like wild ponies. Our Dickon is 12 years old. He has a small pony that he calls his own." "Where did he get it?" asked Mary. "He found it on the moor with its mother. He gave it bits of bread and grass. It liked him and now follows him. Dickon is very kind and animals like him." Mary had never had a pet of her own. She began to feel a small interest in Dickon. This was the start of a new feeling for her. When she went into the room made for her, she saw it was like the room she slept in. It was not a child's room, but an adult room with dark old pictures on the walls and heavy old chairs. A table in the centre held a big breakfast. But Mary had always a small appetite. When Martha set the first plate before her, Mary said, "I do not want it." "Don't you want your porridge?" Martha said in surprise. "No," said Mary. "You do not know how good it is. Put a little treacle or sugar on it." "I do not want it," Mary repeated. I cannot bear to see good food go to waste." "If our children were here, they would eat it all very fast," said Martha. "Why?" asked Mary. "Because they are always very hungry," said Martha. "They are like young hawks and foxes." "I do not know what it is to be hungry," said Mary. Martha looked upset. "It would do you good to try it. I wish Dickon, Phil, Jane, and the others had this good food under their pinafores. Why don't you take it to them?" Mary asked. "It is not mine," said Martha. "Today is not my day off. I only get a day off once a month. Then I go home and clean for my mother and give her a rest." Mary drank some tea and ate a little toast with marmalade. "Wrap up warm and go out and play," said Martha. "It will help you get some appetite for your food." Mary went to the window. Outside she saw gardens, paths, and big trees, but everything looked dull and like winter. Go out. Why should I go out today? Mary asked. If you do not go out, you will have to stay in. What will you do then? Said Martha. Mary looked around. There was nothing to do. Mrs. Medlock had not planned any games for the nursery. Mary thought it might be better to see the gardens. Who will go with me? Mary asked. Martha stared. You will go by yourself. You must learn to play like other children when they do not have brothers or sisters. Our Dickon goes out on the moor by himself and plays for hours. That is how he made friends with his pony. He has sheep that know him and birds that come and eat from his hand. Even if he has little to eat, he always saves some bread for his animals. When Martha said Dickon's name, Mary decided to go out. She thought that even if there were no ponies or sheep, there would be birds outside. They might be different from the birds in India, and that could be fun. Martha found her coat, hat, and a pair of strong little boots. Then she showed Mary the way downstairs. Go that way and you will come to the gardens, Martha said, pointing to a gate in a wall of shrubs. There are many flowers in summer, but now nothing is blooming. She paused and added, one of the gardens is locked. No one has been in it for 10 years. Why? Mary asked. Mary had seen many locked doors in this strange house. Mr. Craven locked it when his wife died very suddenly. He will not let anyone go inside. It was her garden. He locked the door and buried the key. Now I must go. Mrs. Medlock's bell is ringing. After Martha left, Mary walked down the path to the door in the shrubbery. She could not stop thinking about the garden that no one had visited for 10 years. She wondered what it looked like and if any flowers were still alive. Mary went through the shrubbery gate. She saw big gardens with wide lawns and winding paths with short hedges. There were trees, flower beds, and old evergreen shrubs. There was a large pool with an old grey fountain. But the flower beds were bare and it was winter. The fountain did not work. This was not the secret garden. Mary thought, how can a garden be locked? You can always walk into a garden. Mary was thinking this when she saw a long wall with ivy growing on it. She did not know this wall. It was the kitchen gardens where vegetables and fruit grow. Mary walked to the wall and found a green door in the ivy. The door was open. This was not the locked garden. Mary went into the open door. Inside, she found a garden with walls around it. There were several small, walled gardens that opened into one another. She saw another open green door with bushes and paths between beds of winter vegetables. Fruit trees were grown flat against the wall. There were glass frames over some beds. Mary thought the place looked bare and not pretty. It might be nicer in summer when it is green, but now it was not beautiful. Soon an old man with a spade came out of another door. He looked surprised to see Mary. He touched his cap. He had a rough, old face and did not seem happy to see her. Mary did not like him either. What is this place? She asked. This is one of the kitchen gardens, he said. What is that? Mary said, pointing to another green door. That is another one. There is one on the other side of the wall and an orchard on the other side of that, he said shortly. Can I go in? Asked Mary. Yes, if you like. But there is nothing to see, he said. Mary did not answer. She went down the path and through the second green door. There she saw more walls, winter vegetables, and glass frames. In the second wall there was another green door. This door was closed. Mary thought it might be the door to the secret garden. She was not afraid. Mary went to the green door and turned the handle. She hoped the door would not open because she wanted to be sure she had found the mysterious garden. but the door opened easily. Mary walked through it and found an orchard. The orchard had walls around it. Fruit trees grew in the brown, winter grass. But there was no green door in the orchard. Mary looked for one. When she was inside, she saw that the wall did not end. It went on and made a space at the other side. She could see the tops of trees above the wall. On one branch sat a bird with a bright red breast. Suddenly, the bird began to sing its winter song. Mary stopped and listened. The bird's cheerful song made her feel a little happy. Even a little girl can feel lonely. The big, empty house, the bare moor, and the empty gardens made Mary feel very alone. Although she was called Mistress Mary quite contrary, she felt very sad. The red-breasted bird made her almost smile. Mary listened until the bird flew away. She liked the bird and wondered if she would see it again. Maybe it lived in the secret garden. Mary thought a lot about the secret garden. She was very curious. She wondered why Mr. Craven buried the key. If he loved his wife, why did he lock her garden? Mary also wondered if she would ever see him. But she knew she would not like him, and he would not like her. She thought, people never like me and I never like people. I cannot talk like the Crawford children. They always talk, laugh, and make noise. Mary thought of the robin and the way it sang its song for her. She remembered the tree where it sat and stopped on the path. I think that tree was in the secret garden. I am sure it was, Mary said. There was a wall and no door. Mary went back into the first kitchen garden. There she saw the old man digging. She stood beside him and watched him for a few minutes. He did not notice her. Then she said, I have been into the other gardens. There was nothing to stop you, he said in a rough voice. I went into the orchard, Mary said. There was no dog to bite you at the door, he said. There was no door into the other garden, Mary said. What garden? He asked. The one on the other side of the wall, said Mary. I saw trees there. I saw a bird with a red breast singing. To Mary's surprise, the old man stopped digging and smiled slowly. He looked much nicer when he smiled. He turned toward the orchard and began to whistle softly. Mary did not know how a rough man could make such a kind sound. Soon, something wonderful happened. Mary heard a soft, quick sound. It was the bird with the red breast. The bird flew to a big clod of earth near the old man's foot. Here he is, the old man said, laughing. Then he spoke to the bird as if it were a little child. Where have you been, you cheeky little bird? I did not see you today. Are you trying to court someone? The bird tilted its head and looked at him with its bright, black eye. It seemed friendly. The bird hopped about and pecked the earth for seeds and insects. Mary felt a warm feeling in her heart. The little bird was pretty and happy. It had a small, plump body, a delicate beak, and thin legs. Will he always come when you call him? Mary asked very softly. Yes, he will. I have known him since he was very small. He came from the other garden when he was weak. He was lonely, so he came back to me, said the old man. What kind of bird is he? Mary asked. Don't you know? He is a robin redbreast. They are very friendly and curious birds. They are almost as friendly as dogs if you know how to be with them. Look at him peck and look around. He knows we talk about him, the old man said with a chuckle. Mary felt a strange feeling in her heart as she looked at the robin. Where did the rest of the birds go? She asked. I do not know. The older birds leave the nest and fly away very fast. This one was lonely and came back to me, said the old man. Mary stepped closer to the robin and looked at him hard. I am lonely, she said softly. She had not known before that she felt lonely. Mary looked at the robin. The old man pushed his cap back and asked, "Are you the little girl from India?" Mary nodded. "Then it is no wonder you are lonely." "You will be even more lonely," he said. He began to dig again, putting his spade into the dark soil. The robin hopped about near him. "What is your name?" Mary asked. He stood up. "I am Ben Weatherstaff," he said. Then he added with a small laugh, "I am lonely too, except when I am with him." He pointed to the robin. "He is my only friend." "I have no friends at all," said Mary. "I never had any. My ayah did not like me and I never played with anyone." Then Weatherstaff said, "You and I are very alike. We are not very pretty and we both look sour. We both have a bad temper." Mary had never heard such plain truth about herself. In India, servants always bowed and obeyed. Mary had never thought much about her looks, but now she wondered if she was as plain as Ben Weatherstaff and if she was as sour as he looked before the robin came. This made her feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, a clear, soft sound came from nearby. Mary turned around. She was a few feet from a young apple tree. The robin had flown onto one of its branches and begun a little song. Then Weatherstaff laughed. "Why did he sing?" Mary asked. "He has decided to be your friend," said Ben. "I swear he likes you very much." "Me," said Mary. She moved softly toward the apple tree and looked up. "Would you be my friend?" she said to the robin as if speaking to a person. "Would you?" Her voice was soft and kind. Ben Weatherstaff was very surprised. "Do you know Dickon?" Mary asked quickly. "Everyone knows him. Dickon goes out on the moor everywhere. The blackberries and the heather know him. The foxes show him where their young are and the skylarks do not hide their nests from him," said Ben. Mary wanted to ask more questions. She was curious about Dickon and the secret garden. But then the robin stopped its song, shook its wings, and flew away. The little bird had come and then left. "He has flown over the wall." Mary cried. "He has flown into the orchard. He has flown over the other wall into the garden with no door." "He lives there," said Ben. "He came out of an egg there. If he is courting, he is trying to win over a young lady robin among the old rose trees." "Rose trees," said Mary. "Are there rose trees?" Ben took up his spade and said, "There were rose trees 10 years ago," he mumbled. "I would like to see them," said Mary. "Where is the green door?" "There must be a door somewhere." Ben dug his spade deeper and looked very serious. "There were rose trees 10 years ago, but there are none now," he said. "No door," cried Mary. "There must be a door." "There is no door that anyone can find." "Do not be a meddlesome girl, and put your nose where it does not belong. Now go and play. I have no more time." Then Ben stopped digging, threw his spade over his shoulder, and walked away without saying goodbye. Chapter 5. The CRY in the Corridor. Each day was the same for Mary Lennox. Every morning, she woke up in her dark room and saw Martha kneeling by the fireplace, lighting the fire. She ate her breakfast in the quiet nursery. Then she looked out of the window at the huge moor stretching far into the sky. After staring for a while, she realized that if she didn't go outside, she would have nothing to do. So she went out. She didn't know that going outside was good for her. She didn't know that when she ran or walked fast, her body was getting stronger. She ran only to keep warm, and she hated the strong wind that pushed against her. It felt like an invisible giant trying to stop her. But the fresh air from the moor filled her lungs and made her healthier. It brought color to her pale face and brightened her dull eyes, though she didn't notice. After spending many days outside, she woke up one morning feeling hungry. At breakfast, she didn't push away her porridge. She picked up her spoon and ate until her bowl was empty. "You ate well today, didn't you?" said Martha. "It tastes nice today," Mary answered, surprised. "It's the fresh air from the moor," Martha said. "It's lucky for you that you have food to eat. At our house, there were 12 of us, and we often had empty stomachs. If you keep going outside every day, you'll get some meat on your bones and won't look so yellow." "I don't play," said Mary. "I don't have anything to play with." "Nothing to play with," Martha said, shocked. "Our children play with sticks and stones. They just run around and look at things." Mary didn't run and shout, but she did look at things. There was nothing else to do. She walked around the gardens and along the paths in the park. Sometimes she looked for Ben Weatherstaff, but he ignored her. One time, when she walked toward him, he picked up his spade and turned away on purpose. There was one place she liked to go more than anywhere else. It was a long path outside the garden walls. There were empty flower beds on both sides and thick ivy climbing the walls. One part of the wall was different. The ivy was thicker there, as if it had not been cut for a long time. A few days after she had spoken to Ben, Mary noticed the thick ivy again and wondered why no one trimmed it. She stopped and looked up at a long branch swinging in the wind. Suddenly, she saw a flash of red and heard a cheerful chirp. Ben Weatherstaff's robin was sitting on top of the wall, tilting his head and looking at her. "Oh, it's you," Mary cried. She spoke as if the robin could understand her. The robin chirped and hopped along the wall, as if he was talking to her. It seemed to Mary that he was saying, "Good morning. The wind is nice. The sun is nice. Everything is nice. Let's play." Mary laughed and ran after him as he flew along the wall. For the first time, her face looked almost pretty. "I like you. I like you," she called, trying to whistle, though she couldn't. The robin seemed happy and chirped back at her. Then he spread his wings and flew up into a tree, singing loudly. Mary looked at the tree and remembered the first time she had seen the robin. That day, she had been in the orchard and the robin had been in a tree. Now, she was on the other side of the wall, looking up at the same tree. "It's in the secret garden," she whispered. "The garden with no door. The robin lives there. I wish I could see inside." She ran to the green door she had entered on her first morning. Then she ran through the other garden and into the orchard. She looked up and saw the same tree inside the wall. The robin was there, cleaning his feathers with his beak. "It is the secret garden," she said. "I am sure of it." She walked along the orchard wall, looking carefully. But she found what she had found before, no door. Then she ran back through the kitchen gardens and outside the long ivy-covered wall. She walked to the end and checked every part, but there was no door. "It's strange," she thought. Ben Weatherstaff said there was no door, and he was right. But there must have been one 10 years ago, because Mr. Craven buried the key. She was so curious that she forgot to feel bored. For the first time, she didn't wish she had never come to Misselthwaite Manor. In India, she had always been too hot and lazy to care about anything. Now, the fresh air was waking up her mind. She stayed outside all day, and by supper time, she felt hungry and tired in a pleasant way. She even liked listening to Martha's chatter. After supper, she sat by the fire on the rug and asked Martha a question. "Why does Mr. Craven hate the garden?" Martha was happy to stay with Mary. She didn't like sitting in the servants' hall because the older servants made fun of her Yorkshire accent. She found Mary interesting, so she made herself comfortable on the hearth. "Are you still thinking about that garden?" she said. "I knew you would. I was the same when I first heard about it." "Why does he hate it?" Mary asked again. Martha tucked her feet under her. "Listen to the wind," she said. "If you were outside now, it would nearly blow you over." Mary listened. She understood that wuthering meant the loud, howling wind that rushed around the house. It sounded like a giant trying to break inside. But inside, with the warm fire, Mary felt safe. "Tell me why," she said again. Martha hesitated. "Mrs. Medlock says we shouldn't talk about it. There are many things in this house we're not supposed to talk about. Mr. Craven doesn't want anyone speaking about his troubles. But if it weren't for the garden, he wouldn't be like this. The garden belongs to his wife. She made it when they were first married. She loved it, and they spent hours inside, reading and talking. There was an old tree in the garden with a branch that bent like a seat. She made roses grow over it and liked to sit there. But one day, the branch broke and she fell. She was hurt so badly that she died the next day. Mr. Craven almost went mad with grief. That's why he locked the garden and buried the key. No one has been inside since." Mary didn't ask any more questions. She stared at the fire and listened to the wind. It sounded even louder now. At that moment, something important was happening to her. Since coming to Misselthwaite Manor, 4 good things had happened. She had felt like the robin understood her. She had run in the wind. She had felt real hunger, and now, for the first time, she felt sorry for someone. She was beginning to change. As she listened to the wind, she heard something else. At first, she thought it was part of the wind, but then she realized it was different. It sounded like a child crying. The wind sometimes sounded like crying, but this sound came from inside the house. She turned to Martha. "Do you hear someone crying?" Martha looked nervous. "No," she said quickly. "It's the wind. Sometimes it sounds like someone lost on the moor." "But listen," Mary insisted. "It's coming from inside the house, down one of the corridors." At that moment, a door somewhere in the house opened and a strong gust of wind rushed in. The door to their room blew open with a crash, and they both jumped up. The candle went out, and the crying sound echoed more clearly down the corridor. "There," Mary said. "I told you. Someone is crying, and it's not a grown-up." Martha quickly ran to shut the door and locked it. But before she did, they both heard another door slam somewhere far away. Then everything was silent. Even the wind was quiet. "It was the wind," Martha said firmly. "And if it wasn't, it was little Betty Butterworth, the scullery maid. She's had a toothache all day." Mary stared at her. Martha looked uncomfortable, and Mary knew she wasn't telling the truth. Chapter 6. There was someone crying there was. The next day, the rain poured down heavily again. When Mary looked out of her window, the moor was hidden by grey mist and thick clouds. There was no chance to go outside. "What do you do at home when it rains like this?" she asked Martha. "We try not to get in each other's way," Martha said. "There's a lot of us, and it gets crowded. Mother is patient, but even she gets tired. The older ones go to the cow shed to play. Dickon doesn't mind the rain. He goes out as if it's sunny. He says he sees things in the rain that don't appear in dry weather. Once, he found a baby fox nearly drowned in its hole. Its mother had died, and the rain had flooded the den. The rest of the cubs were dead, so Dickon carried it home inside his shirt to keep it warm. He still has it. Another time, he found a young crow soaked by the rain. He took it home and tamed it. Now it follows him everywhere. He calls it soot because it's black. Mary had stopped feeling annoyed when Martha talked too much. She had started to enjoy her stories and felt lonely when she left. The stories her ayah had told her in India were nothing like the ones Martha shared. Life in a small house with 14 people seemed so different from what Mary knew. The children in Martha's family played like puppies, and their mother sounded kind. But it was Dickon that interested Mary the most. "If I had a fox or a crow, I could play with it," Mary said. "But I have nothing." Martha thought for a moment. "Can you knit?" "No," Mary answered. "Can you sew?" "No." "Can you read?" "Yes." "Then why don't you read something or practice spelling? You should be learning." "I don't have any books," Mary said. "The ones I had were left in India." "That's a shame," Martha said. "If Mrs. Medlock let you go to the library, you'd find thousands of books there." Mary didn't ask where the library was. Instead, she had an idea. She would find it herself. No one in the house seemed to care what she did. Mrs. Medlock was always in her sitting room. The servants stayed downstairs, where they ate big meals and had fun when the housekeeper wasn't watching. Mary's meals came regularly, and Martha took care of her, but no one told her what to do. She thought this might be how English children were raised. In India, her ayah had followed her everywhere and done everything for her. Now, she had to do things herself. One morning, she stood at her window for a while, thinking about the library. She wasn't very interested in books, but she was curious about the many closed rooms in the house. Were there really 100? Why shouldn't she go and count them? It would give her something to do on this rainy day. She had never asked permission for anything, so she didn't think to ask Mrs. Medlock if she could explore. She simply opened the door and stepped into the corridor. She walked down the long hallway and found that it branched into more corridors. Some had stairs leading up or down. There were many doors, all closed. The walls had paintings of landscapes and portraits of men and women dressed in fancy clothes. She found a long gallery filled with portraits. She walked slowly, looking at the faces. They seemed to stare back at her. She wondered what they would think of a little girl from India wandering through their house. Some paintings showed children, girls in heavy satin dresses and boys with lace collars. She stopped at a painting of a little girl who looked a bit like her. The girl wore a green dress and held a parrot on her finger. Her sharp eyes seemed to watch Mary. "Where do you live now?" Mary whispered, "I wish you were here." She had never spent such a strange morning. The house was so big and quiet that it felt like no one else lived there. But people must have once filled these rooms. She reached the second floor before she tried opening a door. She turned the handle and was surprised when it moved easily. The door opened into a large bedroom with embroidered hangings on the walls. There was fine furniture like she had seen in India. A big window showed them more outside. Above the fireplace was a portrait of the same little girl from before. Maybe she slept here, Mary thought. She keeps staring at me. She opened more doors and saw more rooms. There were old paintings, strange furniture, and decorations in each one. In one room, which looked like a lady's sitting room, there were red velvet curtains and a glass cabinet full of tiny ivory elephants. Some were large, while others were so small they looked like babies. Mary had seen ivory carvings in India, so she knew a lot about elephants. She opened the cabinet and played with them for a long time. When she got tired, she carefully put them back and shut the door. In all her wandering, she had seen nothing alive. But in this room, she heard a small noise. She turned toward the sofa and saw a tiny hole in one of the cushions. A small grey head with bright eyes peeked out. Mary crept closer. It was a little mouse. Inside the hole, 6 baby mice lay sleeping. If they weren't so scared, I'd take them with me, Mary thought. She had walked for so long that she was tired. She decided to go back. Twice, she took the wrong corridor and had to find her way again. Eventually, she returned to her floor but wasn't sure where her room was. I think I turned the wrong way again, she said, stopping in a short hallway with tapestry on the walls. Everything is so quiet. Then, suddenly, she heard something. It wasn't the wind. It was a sound, soft but clear. A child was crying. It's closer than before, Mary thought. Her heart beat faster. Someone is crying. She reached out and touched the tapestry. To her surprise, it moved. Behind it was a hidden door. It opened, revealing a corridor. At that moment, Mrs. Medlock appeared, holding a bunch of keys and looking very angry. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. She grabbed Mary's arm and pulled her away. "What did I tell you?" "I turned the wrong way," Mary explained. "I didn't know where I was, and I heard someone crying." Mrs. Medlock's face became even angrier. "You didn't hear anything," she snapped. "Now, come with me." She half-dragged Mary through the hallways until they reached her room. She pushed Mary inside. "Stay where you're told, or you'll be locked in. The master should get you a governess. You need someone to keep an eye on you. I have enough work already." She slammed the door behind her. Mary sat on the rug by the fire, pale with anger. She didn't cry, but she clenched her teeth. "There was someone crying," she whispered. "I heard it." "I know I did." She had heard it twice now. And one day, she would find out the truth. That morning had been interesting. She had explored the house, played with the ivory elephants, and seen the tiny mice in their nest. It had been like an adventure. And best of all, she had discovered a secret. Chapter 7. The Key of the Garden. 2 days later, when Mary woke up, she sat up in bed at once and called to Martha. "Look at the moor. Look at the moor." The storm had passed, and the thick grey mist was gone. The sky was a deep, bright blue, unlike anything Mary had ever seen. In India, the sky was hot and burning, but this sky was cool and fresh. It looked almost like a great blue lake stretching overhead. Small white clouds floated high above, and the moor looked soft and blue instead of dark and grey. Said Martha, smiling. Storm's over for now. It happens like this at this time of year. It comes fast and then leaves just as quick, like it was never here. That's because spring is coming. It's still far away, but it's on its way. I thought it always rained or was cloudy in England, Mary said. No. Martha laughed. Nout oth sort. What does that mean? Mary asked. In India, people spoke different languages, so she wasn't surprised when Martha used words she didn't understand. Martha laughed again. That means nothing of the sort. But saying it in Yorkshire is faster. Yorkshire is sunny when it wants to be, Martha continued. Just wait till spring. The gorse and broom will turn gold, and the heather will bloom purple. There will be butterflies everywhere, bees buzzing, and skylarks singing in the sky. You'll want to be outside all day like Dickon. Could I ever go that far? Mary asked, staring at the distant moor. It looked so big, so endless, and so beautiful. I don't know, said Martha. THA's not used to walking. It's 5 miles to our cottage. I'd like to see your cottage, Mary said. Martha looked at her with interest before picking up her brush to polish the fireplace again. Mary's face didn't look as sour as it had before. She almost looked like little Susan, and when she wanted something. "I'll ask Mother," Martha said. "She always finds a way to make things happen. Today's my day off, and I'm going home. Mrs. Medlock likes my mother, so maybe she'll allow it." "I like your mother," Mary said. Martha looked amused. "THA never met her." "I know," Mary said. Martha sat back on her heels, thinking, "Well, she's so sensible, hard-working, and good-natured that no one could help liking her, even without meeting her. When I go home, I just want to run across the moor and jump for joy." "I like Dickon, too," Mary added. "And I've never met him either." Martha grinned. "Even the birds, rabbits, ponies, and foxes like Dickon. I wonder what he'd think of thee." "He wouldn't like me," Mary said. "No one does." Martha looked thoughtful. "How does THA like thy sail?" she asked. Mary hesitated. She had never thought about that before. "Not at all, really," she said. Martha laughed. "Mother once said that to me when I was in a bad mood. She told me, 'THA doesn't like this person or that person, but how does THA like thy sail?' It made me stop and think." Martha left after breakfast, excited to walk 5 miles home to help with chores and see her family. The house felt lonelier without her. Mary went outside quickly. She ran around the fountain garden 10 times, counting each lap carefully. The fresh air and sunshine made everything feel different. The deep blue sky covered Misselthwaite Manor just as it covered the moor. She lifted her face toward it, wondering what it would feel like to lie on one of the small white clouds. In the kitchen garden, she found Ben Weatherstaff working with 2 other gardeners. He seemed happier in the sunshine. "Spring's coming," he said. "Can THA smell it?" Mary sniffed the air. "I smell something fresh and nice," she said. "That's good earth," he answered. "It's waking up, ready to grow things. It's been resting all winter. Now it's glad for spring. Soon you'll see green shoots poking up from dirt." "What kind of shoots?" Mary asked. "Crocuses, snowdrops, daffodils. Ever seen M?" "No." "In India, things grow fast after the rain." "Not here," Ben said. "Here, they poke up bit by bit. You have to wait and watch." "I will," Mary said. Just then, she heard the flutter of wings. She turned and saw the robin again. He was cheerful and bold, hopping close to her feet and tilting his head. "Do you think he remembers me?" she asked. Ben snorted. "Of course he does. He knows every stone in this garden. He's curious about you. No need to hide anything from him." Mary couldn't help asking, "Do things grow in that garden where the old roses are?" Ben's face darkened. "What garden?" "The one with the roses," Mary said. "Are the flowers dead, or do they come back in summer? Are there still roses?" Ben hunched his shoulders and pointed to the robin. "Ask him. He's the only one who knows. No one else has seen inside for 10 years. 10 years. That was how old Mary was. She walked away, thinking. She liked the garden, the robin, Dickon, and Martha's mother. She was even beginning to like Martha. That was a lot of people to like for someone who wasn't used to it. She counted the robin as a person, too. As she walked outside the ivy-covered wall, something wonderful happened. The robin chirped loudly. She looked down at the flower bed beside her, and there he was, hopping around. He pecked at the soil, pretending he wasn't following her. "You do remember me?" Mary cried. "You do. You're the prettiest thing in the world," She laughed and chirped at him. He puffed out his red chest and twitched his tail as if he were showing off. She had never felt so happy. She forgot she had ever been cross and spoiled. The robin let her move closer and closer, as if he trusted her. He knew she wouldn't scare him. He was a real friend, better than any human she had ever known. Then, something caught her eye. The flower bed wasn't empty. Some tall and low shrubs grew at the back. As the robin hopped around, Mary noticed a small patch of earth that had been dug up. A dog must have been scratching for a mole. Curious, she bent down. Something shiny was buried in the dirt. It looked like an old metal ring. She reached out and pulled it from the soil. It wasn't just a ring, it was a key. An old, rusty key, as if it had been underground for years. Mary stood up, holding it in her fingers. Her heart beat fast. Maybe it's been buried for 10 years, she whispered. Maybe it's the key to the secret garden. Chapter 8. The Robin Who Showed the Way. Mary looked at the key for a long time, turning it over and over in her hands. She wondered about it. As I have said before, Mary was not a child who asked for permission or waited for adults to tell her what to do. All she thought about was that if this was the key to the secret garden, and if she could find the door, she might be able to open it. Then she could go inside and see what had happened to the old roses. Because the garden had been locked for 10 years, she wanted to see it even more. She felt sure it would be different from other places, as if something special had happened there. And if she liked it, she could visit every day, closing the door behind her so no one would know she was inside. They would still believe the key was lost. The thought of this made her very happy. Living alone in a huge house with so many closed doors had made her imagination come to life. The fresh air from the moor had helped her as well. Just as it had made her hungry and strong, it had also made her mind more active. In India, she had always been too hot and tired to care about anything. But now she was starting to care. She even felt less grumpy, though she did not know why. She put the key in her pocket and walked along the garden wall. No one else ever came there, so she took her time, looking closely at the ivy-covered stone. The thick green leaves made it difficult to see anything. She was disappointed. She had hoped to find the door quickly. It seemed silly to be so close and still not be able to get in. She decided to carry the key with her every time she went outside. If she ever found the door, she wanted to be ready. That morning, Martha returned to work after spending the night at home. Her cheeks were red from the fresh air, and she was in a cheerful mood. "I woke up at 4 o'clock," she said. It was lovely on the moor. The birds were waking up, and the rabbits were running around. The sun was rising, and everything smelled fresh. I didn't walk all the way, though. A man with a cart gave me a ride, and I enjoyed every minute of it. She was full of stories about her time at home. Her mother had been happy to see her, and they had finished all the baking and washing. She had even made little cakes with sugar inside for her younger siblings. I had them all hot and ready when they came in from playing. The whole house smelled wonderful, and they were so happy. Our Dickon said our cottage was fit for a king. In the evening, they sat around the fire while Martha and her mother mended clothes. She told her family about Mary and how she had lived in India with servants waiting on her. They couldn't believe it, Martha said. They wanted to know all about the people in India and about the ship you came on. I told them as much as I could. Mary thought for a moment. "I will tell you more before your next day off," she said. "Then you will have more stories to share. They might like to hear about elephants, camels, and tiger hunts." Martha's eyes lit up. Oh, they would love that. It would be like a wild animal show. "Would you really tell me more?" Yes, Mary said. India is very different from Yorkshire. I never thought about it before. Did your mother and Dickon like hearing about me? Martha smiled. Dickon was amazed. But Mother was worried about you. She asked, "Doesn't Mr. Craven have a governess for her?" I told her Mrs. Medlock said he might get one someday, but he might not think about it for years. I don't want a governess, Mary said quickly. But Mother says you should be learning your lessons. She told me, Martha, just imagine being a child in that big house with no one to look after you. Try to cheer her up. So I said I would. Mary gave Martha a long look. You do cheer me up, she said. I like listening to you talk. Later, Martha left the room and came back holding something under her apron. I have a present for you, she said with a big smile. A present. Mary was shocked. How could a poor family with so many children give her a gift? A man came by our cottage selling things, Martha explained. He had pots and pans, but Mother didn't have money to buy anything. Just as he was leaving, my little sister saw that he had skipping ropes with red and blue handles. Mother suddenly called out, "Wait, sir. How much are the skipping ropes?" He said, "Tuppence." She looked in her pocket and said, "Martha, you brought me your wages like a good girl, and I need every penny, but I'm going to take 2 pence to buy that child a skipping rope." Martha pulled out a long, thin rope with bright handles. She held it up proudly. Mary had never seen a skipping rope before. She looked at it with a puzzled face. "What is it for?" she asked. "For skipping, of course." Martha laughed. Don't tell me they don't have skipping ropes in India, even though they have elephants and camels. She ran to the middle of the room, grabbed the rope handles, and began skipping. Mary stared in amazement as Martha counted each jump. I used to skip 500 times when I was younger, Martha said, stopping at 100. But I'm not as fit as I was back then. Mary stood up, excited. It looks fun, she said. Your mother is kind. Do you think I could learn? Of course. Martha handed her the rope. You won't be able to do 100 at first, but if you practice, you'll get better. Mary tried skipping, but she wasn't very good. Still, she liked it so much that she didn't want to stop. Go outside and skip, Martha said. Mother told me to make sure you get lots of fresh air. Even if it rains a little, you should wrap up warm and go out. Mary put on her coat and hat, carrying the skipping rope over her arm. Before she left the room, she hesitated, then turned back. Martha, she said, that was your money. Thank you. She said it stiffly, as she wasn't used to thanking people. Then she held out her hand, unsure what to do. Martha shook it clumsily. Then she laughed. "Tha art a funny little thing," she said. "If Tha were my sister, Tha would have given me a kiss." Mary stiffened. "Do you want me to kiss you?" Martha laughed again. "No, not me. But if Tha ever wants to, then I'd know Tha's changed." Mary felt a little strange as she left the room. Yorkshire people were odd, and Martha was hard to understand. At first, she had disliked her. Now, she didn't. The skipping rope was wonderful. She counted as she jumped, her cheeks turning red with excitement. She had never been so interested in anything before. The sun was shining, and a light breeze carried the scent of fresh earth. She skipped around the fountain, down one path, then another. She saw Ben Weatherstaff digging and talking to the robin. She skipped toward him, hoping he would notice her. He looked up with a surprised expression. "Well," he said, "Tha is a child, after all. Look at Tha red cheeks. I never thought Tha could skip." "I just started," Mary said. I can only do 20. Keep at it, he said. Tha looks better for it. She skipped to her favorite walk near the ivy-covered wall. As she skipped, something heavy bumped against her leg, the key. Then, she saw the robin perched on the wall. You showed me the key yesterday, she told him. Will you show me the door today? Just then, the wind blew, pulling back a curtain of ivy. Mary gasped. There, hidden beneath the leaves, was a doorknob. She reached out, pushed aside the ivy, and found the keyhole. With shaking hands, she took out the key and turned it. Slowly, the door creaked open. Mary slipped inside. She was standing inside the secret garden. Chapter 9. The Strangest House Anyone Ever Lived in. The secret garden was the most wonderful and mysterious place Mary had ever seen. The tall walls were covered in climbing roses. Their branches were thick and tangled together. Mary knew they were roses because she had seen many in India. The ground was covered in dry brown grass, and in between, she saw bushes that looked like rose bushes. Some had long branches like small trees. There were other trees in the garden too, and the climbing roses had grown over them. Their long tendrils hung down like soft curtains. In some places, they had stretched from one tree to another, making beautiful arches. Now, in winter, there were no leaves or flowers. Mary did not know if the roses were dead or alive, but the thin grey branches looked like a soft net covering the trees, the walls, and even the ground. How quiet it is, she whispered. So still. She stood and listened. Even the robin on his tree did not move. He sat silently, watching her. No one has spoken here for 10 years, she whispered again. She stepped forward softly, as if she did not want to wake something. She was glad there was grass under her feet, because it made no sound. She walked under one of the arches and looked up at the tangled vines above her. I wonder if they are dead, she said. I hope not. If Ben Weatherstaff were there, he could have told her if the branches were alive. But she could not tell. There were no buds, no leaves, just dry twigs. But she was inside the secret garden now. She could come through the hidden door whenever she wanted. It felt like her own secret world. The sky above the garden was bright blue, even more beautiful than over the moor. The sun shone down warmly. The robin flew down from his tree and hopped from bush to bush, chirping. It felt like he was showing her around. The garden was silent, yet Mary did not feel lonely at all. She only wished she knew if the roses would grow again. She imagined how wonderful it would be if the whole garden came back to life in spring. She had her skipping rope with her, hanging over her arm. After walking around for a while, she decided to skip along the garden paths. She stopped whenever she saw something interesting. There were little green alcoves with stone benches and flower urns covered in moss. Near one of these alcoves, she suddenly stopped skipping. In an old flower bed, she saw something poking out of the earth, tiny, pale green shoots. She remembered what Ben Weatherstaff had said. She knelt down to look closer. They might be crocuses or snowdrops, she whispered. She bent close and smelled the damp earth. It smelled fresh and good. Maybe there are more, she said. I will look all over the garden. She began walking slowly, scanning the ground. She found more green shoots pushing through the thick grass. It isn't a dead garden, she whispered excitedly. Things are still alive. She did not know much about gardening, but she thought the little green shoots needed more space to grow. The grass around them was too thick. She found a sharp stick and carefully dug around the tiny plants, clearing away weeds and dead grass. Now they can breathe, she said happily. I'll do more tomorrow. She moved from one bed to another, clearing space for more shoots. She enjoyed it so much that she didn't notice how long she had been working. Soon, she felt warm and took off her coat and hat. She kept digging and smiling at the little green plants. The robin was very busy, too. He seemed pleased to see someone working in the garden again. He hopped around, watching closely. He liked it when people dug in the soil, because it meant worms and bugs would appear. Mary worked until it was time for lunch. She didn't realize how late it was until she picked up her skipping rope. She had spent hours digging, and yet it had felt like only a few minutes. "I will come back after lunch," she said, looking around at her secret kingdom. She ran across the grass, pushed open the old door, and slipped under the ivy. At lunch, her cheeks were red and her eyes were bright. She ate so well that Martha was amazed. 2 pieces of meat and 2 helpings of pudding. Martha said, "Mother will be pleased when I tell her what the skipping rope has done for thee." While digging, Mary had found a strange white root that looked like an onion. She had carefully placed it back in the earth. Now, she wondered what it was. "Martha," she asked, "what are those little white roots that look like onions?" "They are bulbs," Martha said. "Spring flowers grow from them. The tiny ones are snowdrops and crocuses. The big ones are daffodils, narcissus, and lilies. Dickon has lots in our garden." "Does Dickon know how to grow them?" Mary asked, feeling excited. "Of course. Our Dickon can make flowers grow anywhere. Mother says he whispers to the earth and it listens." "Do bulbs live a long time?" Mary asked. "Would they grow even if no one helped them?" Martha said. "They take care of themselves. That's why even poor folk can have flowers. If you leave them alone, they grow and spread. In the woods, there are thousands of snowdrops. No one knows who planted them." "I wish spring was here," Mary said. "I want to see all the flowers in England." She finished eating and sat by the fire. "I wish I had a little spade," she said thoughtfully. "A spade?" Martha laughed. "What for? Are you planning to be a gardener?" Mary hesitated. She had to be careful. If anyone found out about the open door, they might lock it forever. "This house is lonely," she said slowly. "The gardens are lonely, too. In India, there were always people to watch, soldiers marching, bands playing, servants talking. But here, there is no one except you and Ben Weatherstaff. And he doesn't talk much. I thought if I had a spade, I could dig a little garden like he does. Maybe he would give me some seeds." Martha's face lit up. "Now, that's funny," she said. "That's exactly what Mother said. She told me, why don't they give that poor child a bit of garden? Even if she only plants radishes, she'll be happy." "Did she really say that?" Mary asked. Mother knows a lot," Martha said proudly. "How much does a little spade cost?" Mary asked. "There's a shop in Thwaite where they sell garden sets, spade, rake, and fork tied together. Only 2 shillings. "I have more than that," Mary said. Martha's eyes widened. "THA has money. Mrs. Medlock said Mr. Craven sent me 1 shilling each week. I didn't know what to spend it on." Martha thought for a moment. "In the same shop, they sell flower seeds, 1 penny per packet. Dickon knows which ones are best. He could buy them for you." Mary's face lit up. "Can we send him a letter?" Martha grinned. I have paper and ink. I'll help you write it." Mary had never written a letter before, but she printed the words carefully. "Dear Dickon, Miss Mary has plenty of money. Will you buy some flower seeds and a garden set for her? Pick the prettiest ones that are easy to grow. She has never done it before. She lived in India, which is very different. Give our love to Mother. Miss Mary will tell me more stories, so on my next visit home, I can tell you about elephants and tigers. Your sister, Martha. We'll give this to the butcher's boy, Martha said. He'll take it to Dickon. Mary's eyes shone. Then I will see Dickon. Martha nodded. He'll bring the things himself. Mary felt happier than ever. Later, while Martha was gone, Mary wandered the corridors. Suddenly, she heard it again. A distant, muffled cry. She stood still. That is not the wind, she whispered. When Martha returned, Mary asked, Did the maid have a toothache again? Martha's face changed. "Tha mustn't go listening in corridors," she said nervously. But I heard it. Martha looked away. Then, suddenly, the bell rang. She ran out of the room. Mary sat by the fire, thinking. This is the strangest house anyone ever lived in, she whispered. Chapter 10, Dickon. The sun shone on the secret garden for almost a week. Mary called it the secret garden because she liked that name. She liked the idea of a hidden place. It was like a fairy land. Mary had read fairy tales about secret gardens. In some stories, people slept there for 100 years. Mary thought that was silly. She did not want to sleep. Every day at Misselthwaite, she felt more awake. She began to like being outside. She did not hate the wind now. She could run fast and jump high. The bulbs in the garden seemed happy. They had plenty of room and light. When the rain came, the bulbs drank it and felt alive. Mary was a strange and strong little girl. Now she had a fun task. She dug, pulled weeds, and worked in the garden. With every hour, she felt more happy. She found many small green shoots. They were everywhere. Some were so small they barely peeked from the earth. She remembered Martha saying there were thousands of snowdrops and that bulbs make new bulbs. They had been alone for 10 years. Mary wondered when they would become flowers. Sometimes she stopped to look and imagine the garden full of beautiful blooms. During this week of sunshine, Mary became friendlier with Ben Weatherstaff. She often walked very quietly, so he would not see her coming and leave. In truth, he did not mind her very much now. Maybe he was happy to have her near. One morning, he looked at her and said, "You are like the robin. I never know when you will come." Mary answered, "The robin is my friend now." Ben Weatherstaff grumbled, "That is like him. He shows off and flutters his tail. He is very proud." He usually did not talk much. But that morning he spoke more. He put one boot on his spade and asked, "How long have you been here?" "I think 1 month," Mary said. He said, "You are starting to change. You look a bit fatter and not so yellow. When you first came, you looked very strange. I never saw a more sour-faced child." Mary was not upset by these words. "I know I am fatter. My stockings feel tight now. Look, there is the robin, Ben Weatherstaff." Sure enough, the robin was there. Its red waistcoat shone like satin. It moved its wings and tail, tilted its head, and hopped with lively grace. It looked like it wanted Ben to like it. But Ben was teasing. "Yes, there you are," he said. "You sometimes keep me company when you have no one else. You have been polishing your feathers these 2 weeks. I know what you are doing. You are trying to charm a young lady by saying you are the best cock robin on Miss Salemore." "Oh, look at him," Mary cried. The robin was very bold. It hopped closer and looked at Ben with its bright eyes. Then it flew to a currant bush and sang a little song for him. Ben grumbled, You think you can win me over by that song. You think no one can beat you. That is what you believe. The robin spread its wings and flew onto the handle of Ben's spade. Ben stood very still. His face slowly changed. He whispered, "Well, I am surprised. You know how to get to a man. You are very smart." Then the robin fluttered its wings and flew away. Ben looked at his spade for a long time. He then started to dig again. Every now and then, he smiled. Mary was not afraid to speak to him. "Do you have a garden of your own?" Mary asked. "No. I live at the Batchelder and I stay with Martin at the gate," he said. "If you had a garden, what would you grow?" Mary asked. "I would grow cabbages, potatoes, and onions," he said. "But if you wanted a flower garden, what would you plant?" Mary asked again. "I would plant bulbs and things that smell sweet, and mostly roses," he answered. Mary's face lit up. "Do you like roses?" she asked. Ben pulled up a weed and said, "Yes, I do. A young lady once told me about her garden. She loved her roses as if they were her children. I saw her kiss them." He shook his head. "That was 10 years ago." "Where is she now?" Mary asked, very interested. "Heaven," he said, and then he dug deep into the soil, or so the parson says. Mary asked again, "What happened to the roses?" "They were left to themselves," Ben said. Mary became very excited. "Did they all die?" "Do roses die when left alone?" she asked. Ben said, "Wait until spring. When the sun shines on the rain and the rain falls on the sun, you will see." "How?" cried Mary, not being careful. "Look on the twigs and branches. If you see a small brown lump, watch it after the warm rain and see what happens," he said. Then he looked at Mary. "Why do you care so much about roses all of a sudden?" he asked. Mary's face turned red. She felt shy. I want a garden of my own. I have nothing. I have no one," she said softly. Ben said slowly, "That is true. You do not have one." He said it in a kind, strange way. Mary had never felt sorry for herself. She usually felt tired and angry. But now the world seemed to be changing and becoming nicer. If no one knew about the secret garden, she could be happy. Mary stayed with Ben for 10 or 15 minutes. She asked many questions. He answered in his rough, grunting way. He did not seem angry and did not leave. When he talked about roses, Mary remembered how he loved them. "Do you go to see the roses now?" Mary asked. "Not this year. My rheumatism makes my joints stiff," Ben said. Then he suddenly became a little angry. "Now look here. Do not ask so many questions. You are the worst girl for asking questions I have ever met. Go away and play. I am done talking for today." Mary knew she should not stay longer. She skipped slowly along the outside path. She thought about Ben. Strange as it was, she liked him, even when he was cross. She always wanted him to talk to her. She also thought he knew everything about flowers. There was a path with laurel hedges that went around the secret garden. It ended at a gate that opened to a wood. Mary thought to skip along that path and look for rabbits. She liked skipping. When she reached the little gate, she opened it. She heard a soft, strange whistling sound. She wanted to know what it was. It was very strange. Mary stopped and looked. A boy sat under a tree. He leaned his back against the tree. He played a rough wooden pipe. He was about 12 years old. He looked very clean. His nose was small, his cheeks were red like poppies, and his eyes were blue and round. On the tree, a brown squirrel clung to the trunk. Behind a bush, a cock pheasant peeped out. Near him, 2 rabbits sat and sniffed. They all seemed to watch and listen to the boy's soft playing. When the boy saw Mary, he raised his hand and said in a quiet voice, "Do not move. You might scare them." Mary stayed very still. The boy stopped playing and slowly stood up. The squirrel ran back up the tree. The pheasant hit its head and the rabbits hopped away. "I'm Dickon," the boy said. "I know you, Miss Mary." Then Mary remembered. She knew he was Dickon. Who else could make rabbits, pheasants, and all the animals so friendly? He had a wide, red, smiling mouth. "I got up slowly because if you move fast, you scare them," he explained. "One must move gently when wild things are near." He spoke to her as if he knew her well. Mary felt a little shy. "Did you get Martha's letter?" she asked. Dickon nodded his curly, rust-coloured head. "That is why I come," he said. He bent down and picked up some tools from the ground. "I have a small spade, a rake, a fork, and a hoe. They are good. I also have a trowel and some seeds. A woman in the shop gave me a packet of white poppy seeds and blue larkspur seeds. Will you show me the seeds?" Mary asked. Mary liked the way he talked. His words were quick and easy. They sounded friendly. He was a simple moor boy in patched clothes with a funny face and rust-red hair. When she came close, she smelled the fresh scent of heather, grass, and leaves on him. She liked that smell very much. Looking at his red cheeks and blue eyes, she forgot her shyness. "Let us sit on this log and look at the seeds," she said. They sat down. Dickon took a small brown paper package from his coat pocket. He untied the string. Inside were many small packets. Each had a picture of a flower on it. "There are many mignonettes and poppies," he said. "Mignonettes smell very sweet. They will grow wherever you plant them. Poppies will also grow and bloom if you whistle to them. They are very nice." Then Dickon looked up. His face brightened. "Where is that robin that is calling us?" he said. A chirp came from a thick holly bush with red berries. Mary thought she knew it. "Is the robin really calling us?" she asked. "Yes," said Dickon in his soft voice. "He is calling a friend. He says, 'Here I am. Look at me. I want to talk.' Look, he is in the bush. Whose robin is he?" "He is Ben Weatherstaff's." "But I think he likes you a little," said Mary. "Yes, he likes you," said Dickon. "He is very friendly. He is trying to show you his love." It seemed very true. The robin moved close and made soft sounds. "Do you understand what all the birds say?" Mary asked. Dickon smiled with his red, wide mouth. "I think I do, and they think I do. I have lived on the moor with them for so long. I watch them break their shells, learn to fly, and sing. Sometimes I feel like a bird, or a fox, or a rabbit, or a squirrel, or even a beetle, and I do not know it." He laughed and went back to the log. Then he talked about the flower seeds again. He told her how the seeds look when they are flowers. He told her how to plant them, watch them, and water them. "Look here," he said suddenly. "I will plant the seeds for you. Where is your garden?" Mary held her thin hands tightly in her lap. She did not know what to say. For one long minute she was silent. She had never thought of this before. She felt very sad. Her face became red and then pale. "You have a little garden, do you not?" asked Dickon. Mary turned her eyes to him and whispered, "I do not know about boys." "Can you keep a secret?" "I have a great secret. I do not know what I will do if anyone finds out." I think I will die." Dickon looked very puzzled. He rubbed his rough head. But he said in a kind way, "I keep secrets all the time. I keep secrets about fox cubs, birds' nests, and wild animal holes. I can keep secrets." Mary did not mean to, but she held his sleeve. "I have stolen a garden," she said very quickly. "It is not mine. It is nobody's. Nobody wants it. Nobody cares for it. I think everything is dead in it now. I do not know." She felt hot and very upset. "I do not care. Nobody has the right to take it from me when I care for it, and they do not. They let it die, all by itself." She cried and burst into tears. Dickon's kind blue eyes grew even rounder. "Ah," he said slowly. His voice showed both wonder and sympathy. "I have nothing to do. Nothing is mine. I found it myself, and I went into it myself. I was like the robin, and they would not take it from the robin," Mary said. "Where is it?" asked Dickon in a soft voice. Mary got up quickly. She felt strong and a little proud. "Come with me and I will show you," she said. She led him along the laurel path to a place where ivy grew very thick. Dickon followed her quietly. When Mary reached a wall and moved the hanging ivy, Dickon jumped a little. There was a door. Mary slowly opened it. They went in together. Then Mary stood and waved her hand. "This is it," she said. "It is a secret garden. I am the only one in the world who wants it to live." Dickon looked around and then whispered, "It is a very strange and pretty place. It is like a dream." Chapter 11. The Nest of the Missel Thrush. For a few minutes, Dickon stood still, looking around while Mary watched him. Then he began to walk softly through the garden, even lighter than she had when she first discovered it. His bright eyes took in everything: the tall grey trees covered in climbing vines, the tangled plants on the walls, and the green alcoves with stone benches and mossy flower urns. "I never thought I'd see this place," he whispered. "Did you know about it?" Mary asked. Dickon nodded. "Martha told me there was a garden no one ever went into. We used to wonder what it looked like." He looked around with a happy, curious expression. Imagine all the nests that'll be here in spring," he said. "This is the safest place for birds. No one comes here, and there's so much shelter in the trees and roses. I wonder why all the birds on the moor don't build their nests here." Mary put her hand on his arm without thinking. "Do you think there will be roses?" she whispered. "I was afraid they were all dead." Dickon grinned. "Not all of 'em," he said. "Look here." He walked to an old tree covered in grey lichen. Long vines of tangled roses hung from its branches. He took out a small knife and pointed to a shoot that was not dry and grey, but brownish-green. "That's a new bit," he said. Mary touched it gently. "Is it alive?" she asked eagerly. "As wick as you or me," he said. Mary remembered that Martha had told her wick meant alive. "I'm glad it's wick," she whispered. "Let's go around and count how many are alive." She was so excited that she could hardly stand still. Dickon was just as eager. They moved from bush to bush, tree to tree. "Some have grown wild," Dickon said. "The weakest ones died, but the strong ones spread everywhere. Look here." He pulled down a dry-looking branch. "You'd think this was dead, wouldn't you? But look." He cut it near the ground and showed Mary the inside. There was a hint of green. Mary gasped. "It's still alive." said Dickon. "If we cut away the dead wood and take care of it, there will be a fountain of roses here in summer." They worked side by side. Dickon showed her how to tell if a branch was still wick and how to clear the ground so the air could reach the roots. As they worked, Dickon suddenly noticed something. "Who did this here?" he asked, pointing to a small cleared patch in the grass. Mary blushed. "I did." He looked surprised. "I thought THA didn't know nothing about gardening." "I don't," Mary admitted. "But the little shoots looked trapped, so I cleared the grass around them. I don't even know what they are." Dickon knelt and examined them. Then he smiled. THA was right. A gardener couldn't have done better. "They'll grow big now." "What are they?" Mary asked. "Crocuses, snowdrops, daffodils," he said, pointing at different patches. "They'll be a grand sight soon." He looked at Mary again. "THA has done a lot o' work for a little lass." "I'm stronger now," Mary said proudly. "When I dig, I don't get tired. And I love the smell of the earth." Dickon nodded. "That's good for thee. Fresh earth smells wonderful, same as flowers after the rain. I love lying on the moor when it rains, listening to the drops falling on the heather." "Do you never catch cold?" Mary asked. Dickon laughed. "Not me. I've breathed fresh air since I was born. I run about in all weathers like the rabbits. Mother says I've had too much fresh air to ever sniffle." They kept working together. "There's a lot to do here," Dickon said, looking around. "Will you come again?" Mary asked. "I can help. I can dig and weed." "Oh, please come, Dickon." "I'll come every day if THA wants," he said. "Rain or shine. It's the best fun I've ever had, waking up a garden." "If you help me," Mary said, I don't know how to thank you." Dickon grinned. "THA will get fat and strong. THA will talk to the robin like I do. We'll have fun." He looked around the garden, thinking. "We shouldn't make it too tidy," he said. "It's nicer with things growing wild." "Oh yes." Mary agreed. "It wouldn't feel like a secret garden if it was neat." Dickon rubbed his head. "Seems like someone's been here since it was locked up. Some of these roses have been pruned." But the door was locked. Mary said. He said. "It's a queer place." Mary felt as if something magical was happening. That morning, the garden had started to wake up. "Are there flowers that look like bells?" she asked suddenly. "Lilies o' the valley, Canterbury bells, campanulas." "Let's plant some," Mary said. Dickon chuckled. "Why does THA want bellflowers?" Mary told him about the children in India who had teased her, singing, Mistress Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With silver bells and cockle shells. And marigolds all in a row. I hated them, she said, digging harder. Dickon laughed. No need to be contrary when there's flowers and birds to talk to. Mary stopped frowning and smiled. Dickon, she said. You're as nice as Martha said you were. I like you. That makes 5 people I like. Dickon sat back. Only 5. Who's the other 4? Your mother, Martha, the robin, and Ben Weatherstaff, Mary counted. Dickon laughed so hard he had to cover his mouth. Thart, a queer little lass, he said. Then Mary did something she had never done before. She leaned forward and asked a question, trying to use his Yorkshire words. Dickon, does Tha like me? Dickon's face lit up. I like thee wonderful. And so does the robin, I do believe. That makes 2 for me, Mary said. They worked happily until the big clock in the courtyard struck midday. I have to go, Mary sighed. And you do too, don't you? Dickon grinned. I carry my dinner with me. He pulled out a bundle wrapped in a clean cloth. Inside were thick slices of bread and a piece of bacon. Mary thought it was a strange meal, but Dickon looked happy. Go get thy dinner, he said. I'll stay and do more work before I head home. He sat under a tree. I'll call the robin and give him the bacon rind. He'll love it. Mary didn't want to leave. Dickon felt almost like a fairy boy. She was afraid he would disappear if she left. She walked halfway to the garden door, then turned back. Whatever happens, you won't tell, she asked. Dickon, his mouth full of bread and bacon, managed to smile. If Tha was a missale thrush and showed me thy nest, do Tha think I'd tell, he said. Not me. Mary felt completely safe. She knew he would never tell. Chapter 12. Might I have a bit of earth? Mary ran so fast that she was out of breath when she reached her room. Her hair was messy and her cheeks were bright pink. Her dinner was waiting on the table and Martha stood beside it. Tha's a bit late, Martha said. Where has Tha been? I've seen Dickon. Mary gasped. I've seen Dickon. Martha's face lit up. I knew he'd come. How does Tha like him? I think he's beautiful, Mary said firmly. Martha looked surprised but pleased. Well, she said, he's best lad ever, but we never thought he was handsome. His nose turns up too much. I like that his nose turns up, Mary said. And his eyes are so round, Martha said doubtfully, though they're a nice colour. I like them round, Mary insisted. They are the same colour as the sky over the moor. Martha beamed. Mother says it's 'cause he's always looking up at the birds and clouds. But he's got a big mouth, hasn't he? I love his big mouth, Mary said. I wish mine was like his. Martha chuckled. That'd look funny on thy little face. But I knew Tha would like him. Did Tha see the seeds and garden tools? How did you know he brought them? Mary asked. Martha laughed. If they was in Yorkshire, he'd bring Em. He's that kind of lad. Mary was glad Martha didn't ask where she planned to plant the seeds. She felt nervous when Martha asked, Where will Tha put Em? I haven't asked anyone yet, Mary admitted. Don't ask head gardener, Martha warned. He's too grand. If I was thee, I'd ask Ben Weatherstaff. He's grumpy, but Mr. Craven lets him do as he likes 'cause he made Mrs. Craven laugh. Maybe he'd find thee a quiet spot. If no one else wanted it, Mary said, then no one would mind me having it, would they? Not a bit, Martha assured her. Tha wouldn't be doing any harm. Mary ate quickly and was about to run outside when Martha stopped her. I've got something to tell thee, she said. Mr. Craven came back this morning, and I think he wants to see thee. Mary turned pale. He didn't want to see me before, she said. I heard Pitcher say so. Martha explained, Mother met him on her way to the village. She stopped him and talked about thee. She must have said something to change his mind. He's leaving again tomorrow, so he wants to see thee before he goes. Mary's heart pounded. Tomorrow? Oh, I'm so glad. He might not come back till autumn or winter, Martha said. He's always travelling. Mary felt relieved. If he was away for months, she would have time to watch the secret garden come alive. When does he want to see me? She started to ask, but before she could finish, the door opened. Mrs. Medlock walked in, dressed in her best black dress, looking nervous. Your hair's a mess, she said briskly. Go brush it. Martha, help her into her best dress. Mr. Craven wants to see her in his study." Mary's heart sank. The excitement in her face disappeared, and she felt small and quiet again. She didn't answer, just turned and walked into her room with Martha. She said nothing as Martha helped her dress and brush her hair. Then, without a word, she followed Mrs. Medlock through the halls. She knew Mr. Craven wouldn't like her, and she wouldn't like him. They walked through parts of the house she had never seen before. Finally, Mrs. Medlock knocked on a door. A man's voice said, "Come in." Inside, a man sat in an armchair by the fire. Mrs. Medlock spoke to him. "This is Miss Mary, sir." "You can leave her here," Mr. Craven said. "I will call you when I need you." Mrs. Medlock left, closing the door behind her. Mary stood still, twisting her fingers. She saw that Mr. Craven wasn't exactly a hunchback. His shoulders were high and crooked. His black hair had white streaks in it. He turned and looked at her. "Come here," he said. Mary stepped forward. He wasn't ugly. His face might have been handsome if it wasn't so sad. He looked at her as if she made him uncomfortable. "Are you well?" he asked. "Yes," Mary answered. "Are they taking good care of you?" "Yes." He rubbed his forehead, looking tired. "You are very thin," he said. "I am getting fatter," Mary replied stiffly. His dark eyes barely focused on her. "I forgot about you," he said. "I meant to send you a governess, but I forgot." Mary hesitated, then spoke quickly. Please don't make me have a governess yet." He looked surprised. "That was what the Sowerby woman said," he muttered. "Is she Martha's mother?" Mary asked. "Yes." "She knows about children," Mary said. "She has 12. He sighed. "What do you want to do?" "I want to play outside," Mary said. "In India, I never liked it, but here I do. It makes me hungry, and I'm getting stronger." He studied her. "Mrs. Sowerby said fresh air would be good for you." "Maybe it will." "It does make me feel strong," Mary said eagerly. "I run and skip. I watch for things growing. I don't do any harm." "Don't look so frightened," he said. "You may do as you like." Mary's heart jumped. She came a little closer. "May I?" she asked. "Of course," he said, looking even more troubled. "I am not good with children, but I want you to be happy. Mrs. Medlock will take care of you, and Mrs. Sowerby will visit sometimes." Then he paused, thinking. "Is there anything you want?" he asked. "Toys? Dolls? Books?" Mary took a deep breath. Might I have a bit of earth?" Mr. Craven looked startled. "Earth?" he repeated. "What do you mean?" "To plant seeds in." "To make things grow," Mary said quickly. For a moment, he didn't answer. Then he walked slowly across the room. "A bit of earth," he murmured. Mary waited, afraid she had asked too much. Finally, he turned to her. His dark eyes were softer. "You may have as much earth as you want," he said. "You remind me of someone who loved the earth and growing things." Mary's heart pounded. "May I take it from anywhere?" she asked. "Anywhere," he said. "Take it, child, and make it come alive." Mary could hardly believe it. He sighed and rang a bell. "You must go now." "I am tired." Mrs. Medlock entered. "Let the child run free," Mr. Craven told her. "Fresh air and liberty will be better for her than lessons. Mrs. Sowerby will visit. And let her go to the cottage sometimes." Mrs. Medlock nodded, pleased. "Susan Sowerby knows what's best for children," she agreed. Mary followed her back to her room, but as soon as they reached the hallway, she ran ahead, bursting through the door. "I can have my garden," she cried to Martha. "I can go anywhere. I don't have to have a governess. And I can visit your cottage." Martha clapped her hands. "That was nice of him." Mary nodded. "He is a nice man," she said seriously. "But his face is so sad." Then she ran outside, straight to the garden. But when she got there, Dickon was gone. His tools were neatly placed under a tree, but there was no sign of him. Was he only a wood fairy? She whispered. Then something caught her eye. A piece of paper was pinned to a rose bush with a thorn. It was from her letter to him. On it, he had drawn a small bird sitting in a nest. Underneath, he had written, "I will come back." Chapter 13. I Am Colin. Mary took the picture back to the house when she went to supper and showed it to Martha. Martha said proudly, "I never knew our Dickon was that clever. That's a picture of a missale thrush on her nest, big as life and twice as real." Mary understood. Dickon had left her a message. He was telling her she could trust him. The secret garden was like a bird's nest, and she was like the missale thrush. Oh, how she liked that strange, wild boy. She hoped he would come back the next day, and she fell asleep thinking about it. But the weather in Yorkshire is always changing, especially in spring. Mary woke up in the night to hear heavy rain beating against her window. It was pouring down, and the wind was howling around the house. She sat up in bed, feeling angry and sad. "The rain is as contrary as I ever was," she muttered. "It came just because I didn't want it." She threw herself back onto her pillow and pulled the covers over her head. She didn't cry, but she hated the sound of the wind and rain. She couldn't sleep. "It sounds like someone is lost on the moor, wandering and crying," she whispered. She lay awake, listening to the storm. Then, suddenly, she sat up straight and turned toward the door. "That's not the wind," she said in a loud whisper. "That's the crying I heard before." The sound was soft and far away. It came from the corridor, a faint, fretful crying. Mary listened harder. She had to find out what it was. She slipped out of bed. "I don't care if Mrs. Medlock gets angry," she said. "I'm going to find out." She took her candle and crept out of the room. The hallway was dark, but she wasn't scared. She remembered where she had gotten lost before, the passage with the door covered in tapestry. The sound seemed to be coming from there. She walked slowly, listening carefully. The crying led her down the corridor, then left, then up 2 steps. Yes, there was the tapestry door. She opened it gently and stepped through. The crying was louder now. It was coming from the room just ahead. A light shone under the door. She hesitated, then reached for the handle. Slowly, she pushed the door open. Inside was a large bedroom with a warm fire glowing. By the fire stood a carved wooden bed with heavy curtains. Lying in the bed was a boy, crying softly. Mary stared. Was she dreaming? The boy had pale skin and large grey eyes. His dark hair curled over his forehead. He looked sick, but more tired and cross than in pain. She took a step closer. The light from her candle made him turn his head. His grey eyes widened in shock. "Who are you?" he whispered. "Are you a ghost?" Mary almost laughed. "No," she whispered back. "Are you?" The boy kept staring at her, his big eyes filled with surprise. "No," he said. "I am Colin." "Who is Colin?" Mary asked. "I am Colin Craven," he said. "Who are you?" "I am Mary Lennox. Mr. Craven is my uncle." "He is my father," said the boy. Mary gasped. Your father? But no one ever told me he had a son. Colin frowned. Come here, he said. Mary stepped closer. He reached out and touched her arm. You are real, he said. I have such real dreams sometimes. I thought you might be one. Mary held out her sleeve. Touch this, she said. It's thick and warm. If you still think I'm a dream, I can pinch you. Colin looked at her in wonder. Where did you come from? My room, Mary said. The wind was so loud, I couldn't sleep. Then I heard crying and wanted to see who it was. Why were you crying? Because I couldn't sleep either, and my head hurt, Colin said. Tell me your name again. Mary Lennox. Didn't anyone tell you I came to live here? Colin shook his head. No. They wouldn't dare. Why not? Because I don't let people see me, he said. I don't want them talking about me. But why? Colin sighed. Because I'm always ill. My father won't let people talk about me. The servants aren't allowed to mention me. If I live, I may become a hunchback. But I won't live. Mary stared at him. Oh, what a strange house this is, she cried. Everything is locked up, gardens, rooms, and now you. Have you been locked up too? I stay in this room because I don't want to be moved, Colin said. Does your father come to see you? Sometimes. But only when I'm asleep. He doesn't like to look at me. Why? Mary asked. Colin's eyes darkened. My mother died when I was born. He hates to look at me because I remind him of her. I've heard the servants whispering about it. He almost hates me. Mary thought of something. He hates the garden because she died, she murmured. Colin's eyes snapped to her face. What garden? Mary bit her lip. Just a garden she used to like. Where is it? I don't know, Mary lied quickly. No one is allowed in it. Colin looked even more curious. Why not? Mary shook her head. No one talks about it. I would make them tell me, Colin said firmly. Mary suddenly felt afraid. If Colin could make the servants answer questions, what if he found out about the secret garden? Everyone does what I want, Colin continued. Someday this place will be mine. They all know that. I will make them open the door. Mary's heart pounded. Oh, don't. Don't do that, she burst out. Colin blinked in surprise. Why not? You said you wanted to see it. I do, Mary whispered. But if you make them open the door, it won't be a secret anymore. A secret? Colin sat up, looking excited. Tell me what you mean. Mary leaned closer. If no one knew but us, she said in a rush, if there was a hidden door under the ivy, and we found it, and if we went in and shut it behind us, then no one would know we were there. It would be our garden. We could dig and plant and watch things grow. It would belong to us. Colin's eyes were shining. Is it dead? It will be soon if no one takes care of it, Mary said. But the bulbs are alive. The daffodils and lilies are already pushing up. Colin's voice softened. Is spring coming? What's it like? Mary smiled. It's when the sun shines on the rain, and the rain falls on the sunshine. It's when things wake up and grow. Colin fell back on his pillows. I never had a secret before, he said. Except that no one tells me I won't live. But I like this kind of secret better. Mary felt relieved. If you don't tell anyone, she said, I might find a way in. Colin thought for a moment. Then he said, I should like that. I should not mind fresh air in a secret garden. Mary sighed with relief. She had saved the secret for now. They kept talking. Colin wanted to hear more about the robin, about India, about the moor. He listened until his eyelids drooped. Mary watched him sleep. Then she stood up, took her candle, and slipped out of the room. She had never had a secret friend before. But now, she and Colin had a secret together. Chapter 14. A Young Raja. The moor was covered in mist when morning came, and the rain had not stopped. Mary could not go outside. Martha was busy, so Mary did not get a chance to talk to her. But in the afternoon, she asked Martha to come and sit with her in the nursery. Martha brought her knitting as always. "Tha, looks like Tha, has something to say," Martha said as soon as she sat down. "I do," Mary answered. "I found out what the crying was." Martha dropped her knitting on her lap and stared at her with wide eyes. "Tha hasn't," she gasped. "No way." "I heard it last night," Mary continued. "So I got up and went to see where it was coming from. It was Colin. I found him." Martha's face turned red with fear. "Miss Mary," she cried. "Tha shouldn't have done that. Tha could get me into trouble. I never told thee nothing about him. If Mrs. Medlock finds out, I'll lose my place." "What will Mother do?" "You won't lose your place," Mary said firmly. "He was glad I came. We talked for a long time. He said he was happy I found him." "Was he?" Martha said, still shocked. "Art Tha sure? He can be a right terror when he's angry. He'll scream and make a fuss just to scare us. We all know better than to upset him." "He wasn't angry," Mary said. "I asked if he wanted me to leave, but he told me to stay. He asked me many questions. I sat on a footstool and talked to him about India, the robin, and gardens. He even let me see his mother's picture. Then I sang him to sleep before I left." Martha stared at her as if she could not believe what she was hearing. "I can't believe it," she said. "Tha walked straight into a lion's den. If he'd been in one of his moods, he would have screamed and woken the whole house. He never lets strangers see him." "He let me look at him," Mary said. "And he looked at me. We just stared at each other. I don't know what to do." Martha cried. "Mrs. Medlock will think I told thee, and I'll be sent back home." "He won't tell Mrs. Medlock," Mary assured her. "He said it's a secret for now. And he told me that everyone must do as he says." "Aye, that's true," Martha sighed, wiping her forehead. "That bad lad. He said you must tell me when he wants to see me." Martha's eyes grew wide again. "Me? Oh, I'll lose my place for sure." "You can't if you're just following his orders," Mary pointed out. Martha was still in shock. Did he really like thee?" "I think he almost did," Mary answered. "Tha must have bewitched him." Martha said, shaking her head. "Do you mean magic?" Mary asked. "I've heard about magic in India, but I can't do it. I just went into his room, and we stared at each other. He thought I was a ghost. I thought he might be one. And then we started talking. When I asked if I should go, he told me not to. The world must be coming to an end." Martha gasped. "What's wrong with him, really?" Mary asked. "Nobody knows for sure," Martha said. "His father lost his mind when he was born. The doctors thought he'd have to be locked away. It was because his wife died, like I told thee. He wouldn't even look at the baby. He said it would be a hunchback like him, and that it would be better if it didn't live. Is Colin a hunchback? Mary asked quickly. He didn't look like one. Not yet, Martha said. But he started off weak. Mother says there was so much shouting and sadness in the house that it could have made any baby sick. They were afraid his back wasn't strong, so they never let him walk much. Once, they put a brace on him, but he hated it so much that he got sick. Then a doctor from London came and said they were making things worse with too much medicine and too many rules. I think he's very spoiled, Mary said. The worst there ever was. Martha agreed. I won't say he hasn't been ill. He's had bad colds and fevers that nearly killed him. But sometimes he gets sick just from being angry. Once, a gardener looked at him funny, and he screamed so much he made himself ill. If he ever gets angry at me, I'll never go see him again, Mary said. If he wants thee, he'll get thee, Martha warned. Just then, a bell rang. Martha sighed and rolled up her knitting. I bet his nurse wants me to stay with him, she said. I hope he's in a good mood. She left and was gone for about 10 minutes. When she came back, she looked surprised. "Tha really bewitched him," she said. "He's sitting up with his books and told the nurse to leave. Then he called me in and said, 'I want Mary Lennox to come and talk to me. And remember, you're not to tell anyone. You'd best go now.'" Mary hurried to Colin's room. The room was grand and beautiful. There were thick carpets, rich-coloured curtains, and books on the walls. It looked warm and comfortable despite the grey sky outside. Colin himself looked like a prince. He was wrapped in a velvet dressing gown and leaned against a fancy cushion. His cheeks were flushed. "Come in," he said. "I've been thinking about you all morning." "I've been thinking about you too," Mary replied. Martha was so scared. "She thinks Mrs. Medlock will blame her for telling me about you." Colin frowned. "Go and bring her here." Mary fetched Martha, who looked very nervous. Colin looked at her sternly. "Do you have to do what I say?" he asked. "I do, sir," Martha answered. "Does Mrs. Medlock have to do what I say?" "Everybody does, sir," she said. "Then if I tell you to bring Mary to me, how can Mrs. Medlock punish you?" Martha looked down. "Please don't let her, sir. If she tries, I'll send her away." Colin said grandly, "Now go." When Martha left, Mary stared at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Colin asked. "I was thinking about two things," she said. "What things?" "Sit down and tell me." Mary sat on the footstool. "First," she said, "once in India, I saw a boy who was a Raja. He wore jewels and ordered people around. He spoke just like you did to Martha." Colin looked interested. "Tell me the second thing." "I was thinking about how different you are from Dickon." "Who is Dickon?" Colin asked. "What a strange name." Mary smiled. She loved talking about Dickon. "He is Martha's brother," she explained. "He's 12. He can talk to foxes and squirrels. He plays a pipe and birds come and listen." Colin's eyes widened. He grabbed a big book and flipped through it. "There's a picture of a snake charmer in here," he said. "Is he like that?" Mary laughed. "He doesn't call it magic. He just knows how animals feel. He spends so much time outside, it's like he is part of the moor." Colin listened carefully. "Tell me more about him," he said. So Mary did. She talked about the moor, the animals, and the way Dickon loved the fresh air. Colin listened, fascinated. He laughed, and Mary laughed with him. They talked and laughed so much that they forgot about time. Then suddenly, the door opened, and in walked Dr. Craven and Mrs. Medlock. They both looked shocked. Good Lord! Mrs. Medlock gasped. What is this? Dr. Craven asked. Colin sat up straight like a true Raja. This is my cousin, Mary Lennox, he said. I want her to visit me every day. Dr. Craven frowned, but Colin looked happier than ever. And Mary felt, deep inside, that this was only the beginning. Chapter 15, Nest Building. After a week of heavy rain, the blue sky finally appeared again. The sun was shining brightly, and the air felt warm. Even though Mary had not been able to visit the secret garden or see Dickon, she had enjoyed herself. The days had passed quickly. She had spent hours with Colin, talking about Rajas, gardens, Dickon, and the moorland cottage. They had looked at books and pictures together, and sometimes Mary read to Colin, and sometimes he read to her. When he was interested in something, he did not look sick at all, except that his face was pale and he always lay on the sofa. You're a clever little thing, Mrs. Medlock said once. Getting out of bed at night and following that crying. But maybe it was a good thing for all of us. He hasn't had a tantrum or cried since you became friends. His nurse was ready to leave, but now she says she doesn't mind staying since you help her out. Mary had been very careful about talking to Colin about the secret garden. She wanted to find out if he was the kind of boy who could keep a secret. He was not like Dickon at all, but he seemed excited by the idea of a hidden garden. Maybe he could be trusted. But she had not known him long enough to be sure. The second thing she wanted to know was if she could take him to the garden without anyone finding out. The doctor had said that he needed fresh air, and Colin had said he would not mind fresh air in a secret place. Maybe, if he spent time outside and met Dickon and the robin, he would stop thinking so much about dying. Mary had noticed changes in herself. When she looked in the mirror, she saw a different girl. Even Martha had noticed. The moor air has done thee good, Martha said. Thart, not so yellow and thin. Even Tha, hair has more life in it. It's like me, Mary said. It's growing stronger. Aye, it looks it, said Martha, ruffling Mary's hair. Thart, not half as ugly now. If fresh air and gardens had been good for her, maybe they would help Colin too. But if he hated being looked at, would he even want to see Dickon? Why do you get angry when people look at you? Mary asked one day. I've always hated it, Colin said. Even when I was little, people stared at me. When I went to the seaside in my carriage, ladies would stop and talk to my nurse. Then they would whisper about how I wouldn't live to grow up. Sometimes they patted my cheek and said, poor child. Once a lady did that, and I screamed and bit her hand. She ran away, frightened. She must have thought you were mad, Mary said, not at all impressed. I don't care what she thought, Colin answered, frowning. I wonder why you didn't scream and bite me when I came into your room that night, Mary said, smiling. I thought you were a ghost or a dream, Colin replied. You can't bite a ghost. Would you hate it if a boy looked at you? Mary asked. Colin thought for a moment. There's one boy I don't think I would mind, he said slowly. The one who knows where the foxes live, Dickon. I'm sure you wouldn't mind him, Mary said. The birds and animals don't mind him, Colin said thoughtfully. Maybe that's why I wouldn't either. He's like an animal charmer. And I suppose I am a boy animal. Then he laughed, and so did Mary. A bright morning. One morning, Mary woke up very early. The sun was shining brightly through her window. She jumped out of bed and ran to the window. The sun is so warm, she said. It will help the green shoots grow. It will wake everything up. She leaned out the window, breathing in the fresh air. I can't wait. I must see the garden. She dressed quickly and ran downstairs. She unbolted a small door and stepped outside. The grass looked greener than before, and the warm air smelled sweet. The birds were singing all around. "It's all different already," she said. "Everything is waking up. I am sure Dickon will come today." As she walked toward the secret garden, she saw tiny green sprouts and flower buds beginning to open. When she reached the hidden door, she heard a strange sound. Caw, caw. A big black crow was sitting on the wall, looking down at her. She had never seen a crow so close before. For a moment, she felt nervous, but then it flapped its wings and flew over the wall. When she entered the garden, she saw the crow again. It had landed in a small apple tree. Below the tree, a little fox with a bushy tail was lying in the grass. And next to the fox, Dickon was kneeling, working in the soil. Mary ran toward him. "Oh, Dickon. How did you get here so early?" she cried. Dickon stood up, laughing. His cheeks were red, and his eyes shone like the sky. "I woke up long before the sun," he said. "I couldn't stay in bed. The whole world is waking up today. Everything is singing and building nests. I had to come here." Mary put her hands on her chest. "Oh, Dickon. I am so happy I can hardly breathe." The little fox walked up to Dickon, and the crow flew down onto his shoulder. "This is Captain," Dickon said, rubbing the fox's head. "And this is Soot. They followed me here." Mary bent down and kissed a bright purple crocus. "I never kiss people like this," she said. "Flowers are different." Dickon smiled. "I've kissed my mother like that when I come home from the moor." A secret friend. As they explored the garden, Dickon showed Mary tiny green buds on rose branches and little shoots pushing out of the soil. The garden was coming alive. Then, suddenly, something flew across the sky. A little red-breasted bird landed in a tree with a twig in its beak. Dickon put his hand on Mary's arm. "We must be very still," he whispered. "That's Ben Weatherstaff's robin. He's building his nest. If we move too much, he'll fly away." They sat quietly in the grass, watching the robin. "He's busy now," Dickon said softly. "Nest building is serious work." Mary felt warm inside. It was part of spring. Everything was waking up and coming alive. Then she whispered, "Dickon, do you know about Colin?" Dickon turned to look at her. "What do THA know about him?" "I've been visiting him every day," Mary said. "He says I make him forget about being sick." Dickon's face lit up. "That's grand news. I don't like hiding things, and I always wondered about him. Do you think we could bring him here?" Mary asked. Dickon thought for a moment. If he saw this place, he'd stop thinking about his back. He'd start watching flowers grow instead. "I've been thinking the same thing," Mary said. "But we must keep it secret." Dickon nodded. "I will bring him here one day. The robin will keep our secret, won't he?" They both looked at the little bird. He tilted his head and flew off with his twig. Mary felt sure he would never tell. Chapter 16. I Won't, said Mary. That morning, there was a lot to do in the secret garden. Mary was so busy that she forgot about Colin until it was almost time to go back to the house. "Tell Colin I can't see him yet," she said to Martha. "I'm very busy in the garden." Martha looked a little worried. "Miss Mary," she said, "he might get upset if I tell him that." But Mary was not afraid of Colin like other people were. She also didn't think she should stop doing what she loved just to keep him happy. "I can't stay," she said. "Dickon is waiting for me." Then she ran back to the garden. The afternoon was even more wonderful than the morning. The weeds were almost gone, and most of the trees and roses had been trimmed and dug around. Dickon had brought his own spade, and he had taught Mary how to use all the tools. The garden would never look perfect, like a proper gardener's garden, but by spring, it would be full of life. There will be apple and cherry blossoms overhead, Dickon said as he worked hard. And peach and plum trees blooming against the walls. The grass will be covered with flowers. The little fox cub and the big black rook were happy, just like Mary and Dickon. The robin and his mate kept flying back and forth, moving so fast they looked like flashes of red. Sometimes, the rook flew high over the trees, and when he came back, he cawed loudly, as if telling them about his adventure. Once, when Dickon was too busy to listen, the rook flew onto his shoulder and gently pulled his ear with his beak. Mary laughed, and Dickon just smiled. "You're getting much stronger," Dickon said as he watched Mary dig. "You're looking different too." Mary felt full of energy. "I'm getting fatter every day," she said proudly. "Mrs. Medlock will have to buy me bigger dresses. Martha says my hair is getting thicker too. It's not so flat and stringy anymore." As the sun started to set, Dickon said, "It'll be nice tomorrow. I'll be back by sunrise." "So will I," Mary said happily. She ran back to the house as fast as she could. She wanted to tell Colin about Dickon's fox cub and the rook, and about all the changes in the garden. She was sure he would love to hear about it. But when she got to her room, Martha was waiting for her with a worried look. "What's wrong?" Mary asked. "What did Colin say when you told him I couldn't come?" "Miss Mary, he was nearly in one of his tantrums," Martha said. "It took a lot to calm him down. He watched the clock all afternoon, waiting for you." Mary pressed her lips together. She was not used to thinking about other people's feelings. She did not see why an angry boy should stop her from doing what she liked best. When she had headaches in India, she had always made sure everyone else was miserable too. But now, she felt Colin was wrong to act this way. When she walked into his room, she saw that he was lying in bed instead of on the sofa. He didn't even turn his head to look at her. Mary walked up to him with her usual stubbornness. "Why didn't you get up?" she asked. "I did this morning when I thought you were coming," Colin answered, still looking away. "But in the afternoon, my back hurt, my head hurt, and I was tired." "Why didn't you come?" "I was working in the garden with Dickon," Mary said. Colin finally turned his head and frowned. "I won't let that boy come here if you choose to stay with him instead of coming to see me," he said. Mary suddenly felt very angry. She didn't yell, but she became even more stubborn. "If you send Dickon away, I will never come to see you again," she snapped. "You have to if I want you to," Colin said. "I won't," Mary said firmly. "I'll make you," Colin shouted. "I'll tell the servants to drag you here." Mary's face turned red. "Is that so, Mr. Raja?" she said fiercely. "Well, they may drag me in, but they can't make me talk. I'll sit here with my mouth shut and stare at the floor." They glared at each other. If they had been normal children, they might have started a fight. But since they weren't, they did the next closest thing. "You're selfish," Colin yelled. "So are you," Mary shouted back. Selfish people always say others are selfish when they don't get their way. "You're the most selfish boy I've ever met." "I'm not," Colin argued. "I'm not as selfish as your dear Dickon. He keeps you playing in the dirt while I sit here alone. He's the selfish one." Mary's eyes flashed with anger. "He's the kindest person in the world," she shouted. "He's like an angel." "A nice angel," Colin sneered. "He's just a poor farm boy from the moor. He's better than a spoiled Raja." Mary shot back. He's 1,000 times better. Colin wasn't used to fighting like this. No one had ever spoken to him like Mary did. He suddenly turned his head and squeezed his eyes shut. A single tear ran down his cheek. "I'm not as selfish as you," he said in a quieter voice. "I'm always sick, and I'm sure there's a lump on my back. And I'm going to die anyway." "You're not going to die," Mary snapped. Colin opened his eyes wide. No one had ever told him this before. He was both angry and surprised. "I'm not," he shouted. "Of course I am. Everyone says so." "I don't believe it," Mary said, crossing her arms. "You just say that to make people feel sorry for you. I think you like it." Colin sat up in bed, his face red with anger. "Get out of my room," he screamed, grabbing a pillow and throwing it at her. It landed on the floor at her feet. Mary's face was stiff and cold. "I'm going," she said. "And I won't come back." She walked to the door, but before she left, she turned and spoke one last time. "I was going to tell you all sorts of wonderful things," she said. "Dickon brought his fox cub and his rook today, and I was going to tell you all about them. But now, I won't tell you anything." She slammed the door behind her and found the nurse standing there, laughing. Mary was shocked. "What are you laughing at?" she asked. "You too," the nurse said, wiping her eyes. "It's about time someone stood up to him. He's been spoiled for too long." "Is he really going to die?" Mary asked. "I don't know, and I don't care," the nurse said. "Half of his problems are just tantrums and nonsense." Mary frowned. "What are tantrums?" "You'll find out if you make him mad again," the nurse chuckled. "But at least now he has something real to be upset about." Back in her room, Mary still felt angry. She had been excited to tell Colin about the garden and the animals, and she had even thought about sharing the big secret with him. But now she had changed her mind. She would never tell him. If he wants to stay in his room forever, fine, she thought. He can stay there and be miserable. Then she saw a package on her table. "Mr. Craven sent it for you," Martha said. "Maybe it's picture books." Mary opened it, expecting to see a doll. But inside, there were beautiful books about gardens, some games, and a fancy writing set with a golden pen. Her anger started to fade. She hadn't expected Mr. Craven to remember her at all. "I'll write him a thank you letter," she said, smiling. For a moment, she thought about Colin. If she had still been his friend, she would have run to show him her gifts. He would have looked at the pictures, played the games, and forgotten all about being sick. Mary sighed. "Maybe I'll go see if he wants me tomorrow," she thought. Maybe. Chapter 17. A Tantrum. Mary woke up very early and worked hard in the garden. She was so tired that after dinner, she went to bed quickly. As she laid her head on the pillow, she whispered to herself, "I'll go to the garden before breakfast, and then, I think, I'll go see Colin." But later that night, she woke up suddenly. She heard loud, terrible screams. She sat up straight in bed. What was happening? Doors opened and shut, and she could hear footsteps running in the hallway. Someone was crying and shouting at the same time. "It's Colin," she said to herself. "He's having one of those tantrums the nurse talked about. How awful." She pressed her hands over her ears. The sounds were horrible. She felt sick and cold. "I don't know what to do," she whispered. "I can't stand it." She wondered if he would stop screaming if she went to see him. But then she remembered how he had been so rude in the morning and told her to leave. Maybe he would just get worse if he saw her. Even when she covered her ears, she could still hear him. She hated the noise so much that suddenly, she became angry. She felt as if she wanted to scream too, just to scare him as much as he was scaring her. She jumped out of bed and stamped her foot. Someone should stop him, she shouted. Someone should make him stop. He needs to be punished. At that moment, she heard fast footsteps in the hall. The door to her room opened and the nurse came in. She did not look calm or amused now, she looked pale and worried. "He's having a terrible tantrum," the nurse said quickly. "He won't stop crying. No one can do anything with him. You must come and try. He likes you." Mary frowned. "He told me to leave his room this morning," she said angrily. The nurse seemed happy to hear that Mary was in a bad mood. "Good," she said. "You're just as stubborn as he is. Go and scold him. Make him think about something else. Please hurry." Later, Mary realized how funny the whole situation was. All the grown-ups were so scared of Colin that they came to her, a little girl, to fix the problem. She ran down the hallway, and the closer she got to Colin's screams, the angrier she became. By the time she reached his door, she felt like she might explode. She pushed the door open and marched inside. "Stop it," she shouted. "I hate you. Everyone hates you. I wish everyone would leave this house so you could scream until you die. You will scream yourself to death in a minute, and I hope you do." No one had ever spoken to Colin like this before. He was lying on his bed, hitting his pillow with his fists, but when he heard Mary's furious voice, he turned around quickly. His face was red and white and wet with tears. He was gasping for breath, but Mary did not feel sorry for him. "If you scream again," she yelled, "I'll scream too. And I can scream louder than you. I'll scare you so much you won't know what to do." Colin was so shocked that he stopped screaming. He tried to cry again, but the next scream got stuck in his throat. He was still sobbing and shaking. I can't stop," he gasped. "You can," Mary shouted. "You're just making yourself worse. You're not sick, you're just throwing a fit." "I felt a lump." Colin sobbed. "I knew I would. I'm going to grow a hunchback, and then I'll die." He turned onto his face and sobbed into his pillow. "You didn't feel a lump," Mary snapped. "You just imagined it. You're only being dramatic. Turn over and let me look at your back." She didn't know much about sickness, but she did know that people sometimes cried for no real reason. She also knew that using a big, serious word like hysterics, seemed to work on Colin. "Nurse," she shouted. "Come here and show me his back right now." At the door, the nurse, Mrs. Medlock, and Martha stood watching with wide eyes. They had never seen anyone talk to Colin this way before. The nurse hesitated, but then Colin gasped. Show her. She can look." The nurse helped him sit up and gently pulled his nightshirt up. Mary leaned in and stared at his thin, pale back. His spine and ribs stuck out because he was so thin. For a moment, the room was silent. Even Colin held his breath. Then Mary said, in a firm voice, "There's not a single lump." Colin's breath caught. "Not one lump," she repeated. "You're thin, that's all. Your bones stick out, just like mine used to. But there's no lump, not even as small as a pin." Colin's eyes were huge. "You've been making this up in your head," Mary said firmly. "And if you say there's a lump again, I'll laugh at you." Colin had never been spoken to like this before. He had been scared of something that didn't even exist. He suddenly felt very tired. The nurse sighed. "I didn't know he thought he had a lump," she said. "His back is weak because he never sits up. I could have told him there was no lump. Colin turned his head toward her, his voice shaking. You could have. Yes, sir, the nurse said. There, Mary said. See. Colin turned onto his stomach again and lay still. He was exhausted from all the crying, but strangely, he felt relieved. Then, in a very quiet voice, he asked, "Do you think I could live to grow up?" The nurse nodded. "If you do what the doctor says, yes." Colin was so tired that his voice was soft and gentle. He reached out a hand toward Mary. "I'll go outside with you, Mary," he whispered. "I won't hate fresh air if we can go together." Mary was still upset, but she took his hand. "I'll come with you," she said. Colin's tantrum was finally over. The nurse helped him lie back on his pillows. Then she brought him some warm broth, and Mary drank a cup too. Mrs. Medlock and Martha quietly left the room, and the nurse yawned. "You need to rest now," she said. "Mary, if he doesn't sleep in half an hour, call me." Colin turned his head toward Mary. "Sing me the Aya's song," he whispered. Mary thought for a moment. Then she said, "Close your eyes. I'll tell you about the secret garden instead." Colin smiled sleepily and shut his eyes. Mary spoke very softly. "I think the garden is full of roses, climbing up the trees and walls," she whispered. "And I think, under the grass, daffodils and lilies are waking up. Maybe the grey branches are starting to turn green. Maybe the birds are coming back. Maybe the robin has found a mate and is building a nest." She watched Colin's face relax. His breathing slowed. And then he was asleep. Chapter 18. THA Munnet Waste No Time. Mary did not wake up early the next morning. She was very tired and slept late. When Martha brought her breakfast, she told her that Colin was quiet but not feeling well. He was feverish, like he always was after crying too much. Mary listened as she ate her breakfast slowly. "He wants to see you as soon as you can go," Martha said. "It's strange how much he likes you. You really scolded him last night. No one else would have dared to do it. Poor lad, he's been spoiled too much. Mother says the worst thing for a child is either never getting their own way or always getting it. She doesn't know which is worse. You were quite angry too. But he told me, please ask Miss Mary if she'll please come and talk to me. Imagine him saying please. Will you go, miss?" "I'll go to see Dickon first," Mary said. Then she thought for a moment and changed her mind. "No, I'll go to Colin first and tell him, yes, I know what I'll tell him." She put on her hat and went to Colin's room. He looked at her, a little disappointed. He was lying in bed, very pale, with dark circles around his eyes. "I'm glad you came," he said. "My head hurts, and I ache all over because I'm so tired. Are you going somewhere?" Mary leaned against the bed. "I won't be long," she said. "I'm going to see Dickon, but I'll come back. Colin, it's something about the secret garden." His face changed immediately. His eyes brightened, and a little colour came to his cheeks. "Oh, is it?" he asked excitedly. "I dreamed about it all night. I heard you say something about grey turning into green, and I dreamed I was standing in a place full of soft green leaves, with birds nesting everywhere. It was beautiful. I'll lie here and think about it until you come back." Mary ran to the garden as fast as she could. Dickon was already there with his fox and crow. This time, he had also brought 2 tame squirrels. "I rode the pony here this morning," he said. "Jump is a good little chap. And I brought these 2 in my pockets. This one is Nut, and this one is Shell." As soon as he said Nut, one squirrel jumped onto his right shoulder. When he said shell, the other jumped onto his left. Mary and Dickon sat on the grass with the animals around them. Captain, the fox, curled at their feet. Soot, the crow, listened from a tree, and the squirrels ran around them. It was so wonderful that Mary didn't want to leave. But when she told Dickon about Colin, she saw something change in his face. He looked even sadder than she had. "Just listen to them birds," he said, looking up. Whole world is full of whistling and chirping. Look at flyin' about, and listen to talking to each other. It's like world is waking up again. The leaves are coming out, and my word, nice smells in air. He took a deep breath. And that poor lad is lying shut up inside, thinking too much and marking himself worse. We mun get him out here. We mun get him breathin' fresh air, listening to birds, and sitting in sunshine. We mun not waste no time. When Dickon got excited, he spoke more in his Yorkshire dialect. Mary loved it, and she had been trying to learn it too. She answered him in Yorkshire. "Aye, that we mun," she said. "I'll tell thee what us'll do first." Dickon grinned, because he thought it was funny when Mary spoke like that. "His took a fancy to thee," she continued. "He wants to see the uncertain captain. When I go back, I'll ask if can come see him tomorrow morning creatures. Then, when there's more leaves out and maybe some flowers, we'll bring him out in his chair and show him everything." She was very proud of herself for saying so much in Yorkshire. Should talk like that to Master Colin, Dickon chuckled. Will make him laugh, and laughing is good for sick folk. Mother says laughing every morning would cure a body that was getting ready for typhus fever. "I'll talk Yorkshire to him today," Mary said, chuckling too. The garden looked even more magical than before. Every day, it seemed as if something new was growing, as if invisible magicians were waking up the plants. It was hard to leave, especially when Nut and Shell were sitting close to her, watching her with curious little eyes. But she had to go. When she returned to the house, she went straight to Colin's room. As soon as she sat down by his bed, he sniffed the air and smiled. "You smell like flowers and fresh air," he said. "It's warm and cool and sweet all at the same time." "What is it?" "It's wind from moor," Mary said. "It comes from sitting on grass Dickon, Captain, Soot, Nut and Shell. It's springtime air." She spoke as broadly as she could. Colin looked at her in surprise, then suddenly laughed. "What are you doing?" he said. "You sound funny." "I'm giving thee a bit o' Yorkshire," Mary said proudly. "I can't talk as well as Dickon and Martha, but sees I can learn a bit. Does understand when I talk like that? And a Yorkshire lad thyself. Should be ashamed not to know thy own talk." Colin laughed harder than he had in a long time. Their laughter echoed so loudly that Mrs. Medlock, walking past in the hallway, stopped in shock. "Well, upon my word," she whispered. "Who ever heard like? Who would ha' thought it?" There was so much to talk about. Colin wanted to hear all about Dickon, Captain, Soot, Nut, Shell, and the pony named Jump. Mary told him everything. "Does Jump really understand Dickon?" Colin asked. "It seems like he does," Mary said. "Dickon says anything will understand if you're friends with it. But you have to be friends for sure." Colin was quiet for a moment, then he sighed. "I wish I was friends with things," he said. "But I never had anything to be friends with." "Can't you be friends with me?" Mary asked. Colin looked at her. "Yes, I can," he said. "It's funny, but I like you." Ben Weatherstaff said I was like him, Mary said. He said we both had nasty tempers. But I don't feel as sour as I used to. Did you used to hate people? Colin asked. Yes, Mary said honestly. I would have hated you if I met you before I met the Robin and Dickon. Colin hesitated, then he reached out and touched Mary's hand. Mary, he said softly, I wish I hadn't said that about sending Dickon away. I hated you when you said he was like an angel, but maybe he is. Well, Mary said, it was funny to say he was an angel. He has a turned-up nose, a big mouth, and patched clothes. But if there was a Yorkshire angel, he'd be like Dickon. I wouldn't mind if Dickon looked at me, Colin said suddenly. I want to see him. I'm glad you said that, Mary said, her heart beating faster. Colin sat up. Why? Mary grabbed his hands. Can I trust you? She whispered. I trusted Dickon because the Robin trusted him. Can I trust you for sure? Colin's eyes were big. Yes, he whispered. Mary took a deep breath. Dickon will come tomorrow with his animals, she said. And that's not all. She paused. What? Colin asked breathlessly. There is a door into the garden, Mary whispered. I found it. It's hidden under the ivy. Colin gasped. Oh, Mary, he cried. Shall I see it? Shall I go in? Of course you will. Mary snapped. Don't be silly. And she told him everything. Chapter 19. IT has come. After Colin's big tantrum, Dr. Craven was called for the next morning. He was always sent immediately when this happened. When he arrived, he found a very pale, shaking boy lying in bed. Colin was still upset and might start crying again at any little word. Dr. Craven did not like these visits. Today, he was away from Misselthwaite Manor until the afternoon. When Dr. Craven came, he asked Mrs. Medlock, a little annoyed, how is he? One day, he will break a blood vessel in one of these fits. The boy is almost insane with his crying and his need to have his own way. Mrs. Medlock answered, Sir, you will hardly believe your eyes when you see him. That plain, sour-faced child, almost as difficult as he is, has just enchanted him. I do not know how she did it. The Lord knows she is not pretty and you hardly ever hear her speak, but she flew at him like a little cat last night, stamped her feet, and told him to stop. And he did stop. Come up and see for yourself, sir. It is beyond belief. When Dr. Craven entered Colin's room, he was very surprised. Mrs. Medlock had just opened the door and he heard laughing and chatting. Colin was sitting up straight on his sofa in his dressing gown. He was looking at a picture in one of the garden books and talking happily with the plain child who now looked almost beautiful because her face glowed with joy. Look at those long, blue spires. We will have many of them, Colin announced. They are called delphiniums. Dickon says they are big larkspurs, cried Mistress Mary. There are already clumps growing. Then they saw Dr. Craven, and everyone stopped talking. Mary became quiet, and Colin looked worried. I am sorry you were so ill last night, my boy, Dr. Craven said in a nervous tone. He was a nervous man. I am much better now, Colin replied, sounding like a little Rajah. I want to go out in my chair in a day or two if the weather is good. I want some fresh air. Dr. Craven sat beside him, took his pulse, and looked at him curiously. It must be a very fine day outside, he said, and you must be careful not to tire yourself. Fresh air will not tire me, said the young Rajah. Dr. Craven was startled. He remembered that before, Colin had screamed with anger and said fresh air would give him a cold. I thought you did not like fresh air, the doctor said. I do not when I am alone, replied Colin. But my cousin will go with me. And the nurse, of course, suggested Dr. Craven. No, I will not have the nurse, Colin said so proudly that Mary could not help remembering how the young native prince in India looked, with diamonds, emeralds, and pearls on him, and how he waved his small dark hand to command his servants. My cousin knows how to care for me. I always feel better when she is with me. She made me better last night. A very strong boy I know will even push my chair, Colin added. Dr. Craven felt a little alarmed. If this troublesome boy became well, he might lose his chance to inherit Misselthwaite. But Dr. Craven was not a bad man, though he was weak himself, and he did not want Colin to be in real danger. He must be a strong and steady boy, Dr. Craven said. I must know something about him. Who is he? What is his name? It's Dickon, Mary said suddenly. She felt that everyone who knew them all must know Dickon. And she was right. In a moment, Dr. Craven's serious face softened into a relieved smile. Oh, Dickon, he said. If it is Dickon, you will be safe enough. He is as strong as a moor pony, is Dickon. And he is very trustworthy, said Mary. He is the trustiest lad in Yorkshire. Mary had been speaking in Yorkshire to Colin and forgot herself for a moment. Did Dickon teach you that? Asked Dr. Craven, laughing. I am learning it as if it were French, said Mary a little coldly. It is like a native dialect in India. Very clever people try to learn them. I like it, and so does Colin. Very well, Dr. Craven said. If it makes you happy, perhaps it will do you no harm. Did you take your bromide last night, Colin? No, Colin answered. I did not want to take it at first. But after Mary made me quiet, she talked me to sleep, in a low voice, about the spring creeping into a garden. That sounds soothing, said Dr. Craven, glancing sideways at Mistress Mary, who sat on her stool, looking down at the carpet. You are clearly better now, but you must remember. I do not want to remember, interrupted the Rajah as he appeared again. When I lie by myself and remember, I begin to have pain all over, and I scream because I hate it so. If there were a doctor who could make you forget you were sick instead of remembering, I would have him here. He waved a thin hand as if it were covered with royal rings. It is because my cousin makes me forget that she makes me feel better. Dr. Craven had never stayed so little after a tantrum. Usually, he had to stay a long time and give many orders. This afternoon, he gave no medicine or new orders, and no more unpleasant scenes occurred. When he left, he looked very thoughtful. Later, in the library, Mrs. Medlock said to him, Sir, could you believe it? It is certainly a new state of affairs, Dr. Craven said. And there is no denying that it is better than before. Mrs. Medlock agreed. I believe Susan Sowerby is right. I stopped at her cottage on my way to Thwaite yesterday and had a little talk with her. She said, she may not be a very good or pretty child, but she is a child, and children need other children. Susan Sowerby and I went to school together. She is the best sick nurse I know, said Dr. Craven. When I see her in a cottage, I know I might save my patient. Mrs. Medlock smiled. She was very fond of Susan Sowerby. She has a way with children, doesn't she? Mrs. Medlock said happily. I have been thinking all morning of something she said yesterday. She said, when I was at school, my geography teacher told us the world is like an orange, and I learned before I was 10 that no one owns the whole orange. No one owns more than his share, and sometimes it feels like there are not enough shares. But don't you all think that if you try to grab the whole orange, you will not even get the seeds, and they are too bitter to eat? That is what children learn from children. She is very clever, Dr. Craven said, putting on his coat. Mrs. Medlock added, sometimes I tell her, Susan, if you did not speak such broad Yorkshire, I would have said you were clever. That night, Colin slept without waking. In the morning, he opened his eyes and lay still with a small smile on his face. He felt very comfortable. It was nice to be awake, and he stretched his arms luxuriously. He felt as if tight strings had loosened, letting him relax. He did not know that Dr. Craven would later say his nerves had finally rested. Instead of lying awake and staring at the wall, his mind was filled with the plans he and Mary had made yesterday. He thought about pictures of the garden and Dickon and his wild animals. It was so nice to have things to think about. After about 10 minutes, he heard footsteps in the corridor. Soon Mary was at the door, and she ran across into his room. She brought a waft of fresh, morning-scented air with her. "You've been outside. You smell of fresh leaves," he cried. Mary was out of breath from running. Her hair was loose and blown, and her cheeks were pink. "It is so beautiful," she said, barely able to speak. "You never saw anything so beautiful." "It has come. I thought it was coming the other morning, but now it is here. The spring has come. Dickon says so." "Has it?" cried Colin, and even though he did not know much about it, his heart began to beat faster. He sat up in bed. "Open the window," he added, laughing with a mix of excitement and wonder. "Maybe we will hear golden trumpets." Mary hurried to the window. Soon it was open wide, and fresh air, soft scents, and birds' songs poured in. "That is fresh air," she said. "Lie back and take long, deep breaths. Dickon says that when he lies on the moor, he feels the air in his veins. It makes him strong and makes him feel as if he could live forever. Breathe it in, Colin, breathe it in." Mary repeated Dickon's words, and Colin listened. "Forever and ever," he said. Then he did as Mary said, taking deep, long breaths until he felt something new and wonderful inside him. Mary came back to his bedside. "Look," she said quickly. "Things are growing up from the earth. There are flowers uncurling and buds on everything. The green mist has almost covered all the grey. The birds hurry to build their nests, even fighting for a place in the secret garden. The rose bushes are very lively, and there are primroses along the lanes and in the woods. The seeds we planted are sprouting. And Dickon has brought the fox, the crow, the squirrels, and even a newborn lamb." Mary paused for a moment. The newborn lamb, which Dickon had found 3 days before, lay near its dead mother among the gorse bushes on the moor. It was not the first time Dickon had found a motherless lamb. He had taken it home, wrapped it in his jacket, let it lie by the fire, and fed it warm milk. It was soft, with a sweet baby face and long little legs. Dickon carried it over the moor in his arms, and its feeding bottle was in his pocket with a squirrel. When Mary sat under a tree with the warm, limp lamb in her lap, she felt too full of strange joy to speak. "A lamb, a living lamb, resting on your lap like a baby." Mary described the lamb with great joy. Colin listened and took deep breaths as he did. Then the nurse entered. She was startled by the open window. She had often sat in the room on warm days because she believed open windows gave people a cold. "Are you sure you are not cold, Master Colin?" the nurse asked. "No," Colin answered. "I am breathing long, deep breaths of fresh air. It makes me strong. I will get up to the sofa for breakfast, and my cousin will have breakfast with me." The nurse left quickly to call for 2 breakfasts. In the servants' hall, everyone was joking about the news from upstairs. They teased about the unpopular young boy, saying he was better off hidden away. The butler, a man with a family, often said that Colin would be all the better for being hidden. When Colin sat on his sofa and breakfast was served for 2, he announced to the nurse in his best Raja-like voice, "A boy, a fox, a crow, 2 squirrels, and a newborn lamb are coming to see me this morning. I want them brought upstairs as soon as they come. Do not let them play in the servants' hall, bring them here." The nurse gasped slightly and tried to hide it with a cough. "Yes, sir," she answered. "I'll tell you what you can do," Colin added, waving his hand. "Tell Martha to bring them here. The boy is Martha's brother. His name is Dickon, and he is an animal charmer." "I hope the animals will not bite, Master Colin," said the nurse. "I told you, he is a charmer. Charmers' animals never bite." "There are snake charmers in India," said Mary. "They can put their snakes' heads in their mouths." Goodness, the nurse shuddered. They ate breakfast as fresh morning air filled the room. Colin's breakfast was very good, and Mary watched him with serious interest. "You will start getting fatter, just as I did," Mary said. "I never wanted breakfast in India, but now I always do." "I wanted mine this morning," said Colin. "Perhaps it was the fresh air. When do you think Dickon will come?" It wasn't long before Dickon arrived. About 10 minutes later, Mary raised her hand. "Listen," she said. "Did you hear a call?" Colin listened. Inside the house, it was odd to hear a horse caw-caw. "Yes," he answered. "That's Soot," Mary said. "Listen again. Do you hear a little bleat?" "Oh, yes," cried Colin, his face flushing. "That's the newborn lamb," Mary said. "He is coming." Dickon's heavy moorland boots made a clumping sound as he walked down the corridor. Mary and Colin heard him marching until he passed through the tapestried door onto the soft carpet of Colin's passage. "If you please, sir," Martha announced as she opened the door, "here is Dickon and his animals." Dickon entered, smiling his widest smile. The newborn lamb was in his arms, and the little red fox trotted beside him. Nut sat on his left shoulder and Soot on his right. Shell's head and paws peeked out of his coat pocket. Colin slowly sat up and stared, just as he had when he first saw Mary. But now his stare was filled with wonder and delight. Despite all he had heard, he did not really understand what Dickon was like. His fox, his crow, his squirrels, and his lamb were so close and friendly that they seemed part of him. Colin had never talked to a boy before, and he was so overwhelmed by joy and curiosity that he almost forgot to speak. But Dickon felt very natural and did not seem shy. He was not embarrassed that the crow did not speak his language. It just stared until it learned about him. Creatures are like that until they know you. Dickon walked to Colin's sofa and gently placed the newborn lamb on his lap. The little lamb turned toward the warm velvet dressing gown and nuzzled into it, its small head pressing against Colin's side. Of course, no boy could help speaking at that moment. "What is it doing?" cried Colin. "What does it want?" "It wants its mother," said Dickon, smiling more and more. "I brought it to you because I knew you would like to see it feed." He knelt beside the sofa and took a feeding bottle from his pocket. "Come on, little one," he said softly, gently turning the small woolly white head with his brown hand. "This is what you need. You will get more out of this than you would from your silk velvet coats." He pushed the bottle's rubber tip into the lamb's mouth, and the lamb began to suck it eagerly. After that, there was no more wondering. Soon, when the lamb fell asleep, questions began to flow, and Dickon answered them all. He told them how he had found the lamb just as the sun was rising 3 mornings ago. He had been on the moor, listening to a skylark and watching it fly high until it was just a tiny dot in the blue sky. "I almost lost it, but its song kept me awake. Then I heard a weak bleat far away in the gorse bushes. I knew it was a new lamb, hungry and alone, so I set off to find it. I searched through the gorse and took many wrong turns, but at last I saw a little bit of white by a rock on the moor, and I climbed up and found the little one, half dead with cold and crying." While he talked, Soot flew in and out of the open window, cawing about the scene, while Nut and Shell explored the big trees outside. Captain curled up near Dickon, who preferred sitting on the hearthrug. They looked at the pictures in the garden books. Dickon knew all the flowers by their country names and knew exactly which ones were already growing in the secret garden. "I can't say their names well," he said, pointing to one marked Aquilegia. "But we call that a columbine, and that one is a snapdragon. They grow wild in hedges, but the garden ones are bigger and grander. There are big clumps of columbine in the garden. They will look like a bed of blue and white butterflies when they bloom." "I am going to see them," cried Colin. "I am going to see them." "That Tha mun," said Mary very seriously. "And Tha mun not lose no time about it." Chapter 20. I Shall Live Forever and Ever and Ever. After a week of rain, there were some very windy days. Then Colin got a cold. Because of these things, he could have become very angry. But every day, Dickon came by for a few minutes to talk about what was happening on the moor, in the lanes, hedges, and near the streams. He told us about otters and badgers' homes, birds' nests, field mice, and their holes. Listening to him, you could almost tremble with excitement at how busy the little animal world was. "They are just like us," said Dickon. "They have to build their homes every year. They work so hard that they sometimes even have little fights to finish the job." The most important work, however, was to get Colin safely moved to the secret garden without anyone knowing. No one must see the chair carriage with Dickon and Mary after they turned the corner and entered the walk by the ivy-covered walls. Every day, Colin grew more sure that the mystery of the garden was one of its greatest charms. Nothing must spoil it. Everyone must believe that he only goes out with Mary and Dickon because he likes them. They had long and happy talks about their route. They would walk up one path, down another, cross others, and go around the fountain flower beds as if they were looking at the plants Mr. Roach had arranged. This would seem so natural that no one would find it mysterious. They would wander through the shrubbery until they reached the long wall. Their plans were as carefully thought out as the marching orders of great generals. Rumours about the strange things happening in Colin's room spread among the servants, in the stable yards, and even among the gardeners. One day, Mr. Roach was surprised when he received orders from Colin's room. He was told to go to a part of the house that no outsider had seen, because Colin wanted to speak with him. "Well, well," Mr. Roach said as he quickly changed his coat, "what is to be done now?" "His Royal Highness is calling me, even though I have never seen him before." Mr. Roach was very curious. He had heard many exaggerated stories about the boy's strange looks, his odd ways, and his angry fits. Many said he might die at any moment and described him as having a humped back and weak limbs. "Things are changing in this house, Mr. Roach," said Mrs. Medlock as she led him up the back staircase. They reached a corridor where a mysterious room had been hidden. "Let us hope they are changing for the better," Mr. Roach answered. Mrs. Medlock added, "And strange as it is, some of us find our work much easier now. Do not be surprised if you see Martha Selby's Dickon more at home here than we all are." There was a kind of magic about Dickon, as Mary always believed. When Mr. Roach heard his name, he smiled kindly. He would feel right at home in Buckingham Palace, or even at the bottom of a coal mine, he said. Yet he is not impudent. He is just fine, that lad. Perhaps Mr. Roach had been well prepared, otherwise he might have jumped back in shock. When the bedroom door opened, a large crow, looking very at home on the back of a carved chair, announced a visitor by saying caw, caw very loudly. Mrs. Medlock warned him, but Mr. Roach barely escaped falling backward. In Colin's room, the young Rajah was not in bed nor on his sofa. He was sitting in an armchair, and a little lamb was by his side. Dickon knelt and fed the lamb from a bottle. A squirrel sat on Dickon's back, watching. Mistress Mary, the plain little girl, sat on a big footstool and looked on. "Here is Mr. Roach, Master Colin," Mrs. Medlock said. Colin turned and looked at Mr. Roach. "Oh, you are Roach, are you?" he said. "I sent for you to give me some very important orders." "Very good, sir," answered Mr. Roach. He wondered if he was to be told to cut down the oaks or turn the orchards into water gardens. "I am going out in my chair this afternoon," said Colin. "If the fresh air agrees with me, I will go out every day. When I go, none of the gardeners must be near the long walk by the garden walls. I will go out around 2 o'clock, and everyone must stay away until I say it is time to return." "Very good, sir," Mr. Roach said, happy that the oaks might stay and the orchards were safe. Then Colin turned to Mary. "What is the phrase you use in India when you finish talking and want people to go?" "You say, 'You have my permission to go,'" Mary answered. Colin waved his hand. "You have my permission to go, Roach," he said. "But remember, this is very important." A crow cawed in a hoarse voice as if to agree. "Very good, sir." "Thank you, sir," Mr. Roach said, and Mrs. Medlock led him out. Outside in the corridor, Mr. Roach smiled until he almost laughed. "My word. He has such a fine, noble way. You might think there is a whole royal family in one boy, prince consort and all." Mrs. Medlock protested, "We have to let him run all over us ever since he got his feet. He thinks that is what people are born for." "Maybe he will grow out of it if he lives," Mr. Roach suggested. "Well, one thing is sure," said Mrs. Medlock. "If he lives and that Indian child stays here, I am sure she will teach him that the whole orange does not belong to him, as Susan Sowerby says. Then he will know his own share." Inside Colin's room, he leaned back on his cushions. "It is all safe now," he said. "This afternoon, I shall go out. I will see it. I will be in it." Later, Dickon went back to the garden with his animals, and Mary stayed with Colin. She did not think he looked tired. He was quiet during lunch. Mary wondered why, and asked him, "Your eyes are so big when you think. What are you thinking about now?" "I cannot help thinking about what it will look like," Colin said. "The garden?" asked Mary. "Yes, the springtime," he answered. "I have never really seen it before. I rarely went out, and when I did not look at it. I did not even think about it. I never saw it in India because there were no gardens," said Mary. Although Colin had lived in a closed world, he had read many wonderful books and looked at many pictures. "That morning, when you ran in and said, 'It has come. It has come,' you made me feel very strange. It was as if a great procession with bursts of music was arriving. I saw a picture like that in one of my books. Crowds of happy people and children with garlands, all laughing and playing on pipes. That is why I said, 'Perhaps we shall hear golden trumpets,' and told you to open the window." "How funny," said Mary. "It is just like it feels. If all the flowers and leaves and birds and wild creatures danced and sang at once, what a crowd it would be. I am sure they would dance and sing so beautifully." They both laughed, not because the idea was silly, but because they both loved it. Later, the nurse came to get Colin ready. She noticed that instead of lying like a log, he sat up and tried to help himself. He talked and laughed with Mary. "This is one of his good days, sir," she said to Dr. Craven when he came to check on him. "He is in such good spirits that it makes him stronger. I will check again later today, after he goes out," said Dr. Craven. "I must see how the fresh air agrees with him. I wish that you could go out with him." "I would rather stop the suggestion right now, sir, than stay here while it is mentioned," said the nurse firmly. "I had not really decided to suggest it," said Dr. Craven, a little nervously. "We will try. Dickon is a lad, I trust, with a newborn child." Then the strongest footman took Colin downstairs and put him in his wheeled chair. Dickon waited outside. After the manservant arranged the cushions, Colin waved his hand to the nurse and to Martha. "You have my permission to go," he said, and they both disappeared quickly. They even giggled a little when they were safely inside. Dickon began to push the wheeled chair slowly. Mistress Mary walked beside it, and Colin leaned back and lifted his face to the sky. The high arch looked very grand, and small snowy clouds floated like white birds below. A soft wind came from the moor, carrying a wild, sweet scent. Colin kept taking deep breaths, as if his big eyes were listening. "There are so many sounds, singing, humming, and calling," he said. "What is that scent the wind brings?" "That is gorse on the moor opening up," answered Dickon. "The bees are working wonderfully today." No one was seen in the paths as they walked. Every gardener and helper had been sent away. But they followed their planned route, winding among the shrubbery and around the fountain beds, all for the pleasure of the secret mystery. When they turned into the long walk by the ivy-covered walls, they began to speak very softly. "This is it," Mary whispered. "This is where I used to walk and wonder." "Is it?" cried Colin. "But I see nothing. There is no door." "That is what I thought," Mary said. Then a quiet silence fell as the chair moved on. "That is the garden where Ben Weatherstaff works," Mary explained. "Is it?" said Colin. A few yards further, Mary whispered, "This is where the robin flew over the wall." "Is it? Oh, I wish he would come again." "And here," Mary said with quiet delight, pointing under a big lilac bush, "is where he sat on a little mound of earth and showed me the key." Then Colin sat up. "Where? Where?" "There," he cried, his eyes very wide. Dickon stood still. Mary stepped closer and said, "This is where I went to talk to him when the robin chirped at me from the top of the wall. And here is the ivy the wind blew back." She held the green curtain of ivy. "Oh, is it, gasped Colin. "And here is the handle, and here is the door," Mary said. Dickon pushed the door in, quickly. And Dickon did it with one strong, steady push. Colin dropped back onto his cushions, but he gasped with delight. He closed his eyes with his hands, and when he opened them he saw that Dickon and Mary had pushed him into the secret garden. Over walls, earth, and trees, the green veil of leaves had spread everywhere. In the grass and near the stone urns, there were touches of gold, purple, and white. The trees showed hints of pink and snow, and the gentle sound of birds and soft music filled the air. The sun shone warmly on his face. Then, with great excitement, Colin cried, "I shall get well. I shall get well." He shouted, "Mary, Dickon, I shall get well. And I shall live forever and ever and ever." Chapter 21. Ben Weatherstaff. Sometimes, living in the world makes you feel you will live forever. You know this when you wake at dawn and stand alone, looking up at the pale sky as it slowly changes colour. The sun rises every morning, and for a few moments you feel that magic. Later, when you stand in a wood at sunset and see the deep gold light through the trees, you feel a quiet wonder. At night, the dark blue sky with millions of stars can make you sure, and sometimes you even hear soft music. A kind look in someone's eyes can make it true. That is how Colin felt when he first saw, heard, and felt the spring in the secret garden. That afternoon, the whole world seemed perfect, very beautiful, and kind to one boy. It was as if the spring had come just for him. More than once, Dickon stopped what he was doing and stared with wonder in his eyes, shaking his head softly. "It is Gradely," Dickon said. "I am 12, almost 13, and I have seen many afternoons in my life. But I never saw one as Gradely as this one." "It is Gradely," said Mary. She sighed with joy. I think it is the greatest one in the world. Colin, with a dreamy look, asked, "Do you think it was made just for me?" "My word," cried Mary. "There is a bit of good Yorkshire in you. You are first-rate." Delight filled the air. They moved the chair under a plum tree, white with blossoms and full of buzzing bees. It looked like a king's canopy. There were cherry trees and apple trees with pink and white buds that had just burst open. Between the branches, bits of blue sky looked down like wonderful eyes. Mary and Dickon worked here and there. They brought Colin things to see: buds opening, tiny green leaves on twigs, a woodpecker's feather that had fallen, an empty bird's shell from a hatched egg. Dickon slowly pushed Colin's wheeled chair around the garden. He stopped often to let Colin admire the new wonders that were springing from the earth. It was like being led on a grand tour of a magical kingdom. "I wonder if we shall see the robin?" asked Colin. "You will see him often," answered Dickon. "When the little bird hatches from its egg, he will be so busy that his head will almost spin. You will see him fly back and forth, carrying big worms. When he reaches his nest, his beak will open wide. My mother says that when she sees the robin working so hard, she feels like a lady with nothing to do. She has seen the little bird work so hard that it seems to sweat, even though you cannot see it." This made everyone giggle. They covered their mouths, knowing they must speak softly. Colin had learned the law of whispers and low voices a few days earlier. He did his best, but sometimes he laughed above a whisper. Every moment of the afternoon brought new things. The sun grew more golden with each hour. They stopped the wheeled chair under the canopy. Dickon sat on the grass and drew out his pipe. Then Colin noticed something he had not seen before. "That is a very old tree, isn't it?" he said. Dickon looked across the grass and Mary looked too. There was a moment of stillness. "Yes," said Dickon in a gentle, low voice. Mary stared at the tree. "The branches are grey and there are no leaves," Colin said. "It looks dead, doesn't it?" "Aye," admitted Dickon. "But the roses that climb over it will hide all the dead wood when they are full of leaves and flowers. Then it will look very pretty." Mary kept looking at the tree. "It seems a big branch was broken off. I wonder how." "It has been broken many years ago," said Dickon. "Look at that robin. There he is. He is searching for his mate." Colin almost missed the robin, but he saw the red-breasted bird with something in its beak. He ran into the green bushes and then disappeared from view. Colin leaned back on his cushion and laughed a little. "He is taking his tea to her," he said. "Maybe it is 5 o'clock. I would like some tea too." And so they were happy. Magic sent the robin, Mary whispered to Dickon later. "I know it was magic." Both Mary and Dickon were a little afraid that Colin might ask about the old tree with the broken branch. They talked quietly. Dickon said, "We must act as if it is just like the other trees. If he asks, we must look cheerful." "Aye, we must," answered Mary. But Mary did not feel cheerful when she looked at the tree. She wondered if there was any truth in what Dickon had said. Dickon rubbed his rust-red hair, and his blue eyes grew kind. "Mrs. Craven was a very lovely young lady," he said hesitantly. "My mother says she used to look after Master Colin many times, like all mothers do when they care for a child. They have to come back, you see. Sometimes, when she was in the garden, she told us to bring him here." Mary thought he might mean magic. She believed very much in magic. Secretly, she believed that Dickon did magic on everything near him. That was why people liked him, and wild creatures knew he was their friend. She wondered if his gift had brought the robin at the right moment when Colin asked that dangerous question. She felt his magic worked all afternoon and made Colin look like a very different boy. It was hard to believe that he was the same boy who had screamed and beaten his pillow earlier. Even his pale face seemed to change. A soft glow of colour now spread on his face, neck and hands. They saw the robin carry food to his mate several times. This reminded Colin that he should have tea, too. "Go ask one of the men servants to bring a basket to the rhododendron walk," Colin said. "Then you and Dickon can bring it here." It was a good idea. Soon, a white cloth was spread on the grass with hot tea, buttered toast and crumpets. They ate a delicious meal, and even the birds stopped to look and then happily pecked at the crumbs. Nut and Shell climbed trees with pieces of cake, and Soot pecked at a buttered crumpet until he swallowed it in one gulp. As the afternoon passed, the sun became softer and the bees went home. Dickon and Mary sat on the grass while the tea basket was packed to be taken back inside. Colin lay against his cushions with his hair pushed back from his forehead. His face now looked naturally coloured. "I don't want this afternoon to end," he said. "But I will come back tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after." "Will you get plenty of fresh air?" asked Mary. "I will get nothing else," he answered. "I have seen the spring, and now I will see the summer. I will watch everything grow here. I will grow up here myself." "That will be good," said Dickon. "Soon, you will be walking and digging like everyone else." Colin blushed. "Walk? Dig? Shall I?" he asked shyly. Dickon looked at him carefully. Neither he nor Mary had ever asked if something was wrong with Colin's legs. "Surely you have legs just like everyone else," Dickon said. "You may use them." Mary was a little scared until she heard Colin say, "Nothing is wrong with them, but they are so thin and weak. They shake so much that I am afraid to stand on them." Mary and Dickon both breathed a sigh of relief. "When you are not afraid, you will stand on them," Dickon said happily. "You will not be afraid soon." "Will I?" asked Colin, and he lay quiet, thinking. They were very quiet for a little while. The sun was setting. It was that peaceful hour when everything is still. They had had a busy, exciting afternoon. Colin looked relaxed. Even the animals had stopped moving. Soot sat on a low branch, his eyes half closed. Mary thought he might soon fall asleep. Suddenly, Colin lifted his head and cried in a loud whisper, "Who is that man?" Dickon and Mary jumped to their feet. "Man," they both cried in soft voices. Colin pointed to the high wall. "Look. Just look." Mary and Dickon turned and saw Ben Weatherstaff's angry face glaring at them from the top of a ladder. He shook his fist at Mary. "If I were not a bachelor and you were my own wench, I'd give you a good hiding," he shouted. He climbed a step, almost ready to jump down to them, but then he thought better and stood on the top step, shaking his fist at her. "I never liked you when I first saw you," he said. "You were a thin, buttermilk-faced young child, always asking questions and poking your nose where it was not wanted. I never knew how you got so thick with me. If it were not for the robin, drat him, you would not have come here." "Ben Weatherstaff," Mary called, catching her breath. She stood below him and shouted, "Ben Weatherstaff, it was the robin who showed me the way." At that, Ben looked very angry. "You young troublemaker," he yelled. "Laying blame on a robin. How did you get in here?" "It was the robin who showed me the way," Mary repeated stubbornly. "I can't tell you now because you are shaking your fist." At that moment, Ben stopped shaking his fist. His jaw dropped as he saw something coming over the grass toward him. Colin listened, amazed, as Ben began to speak quickly. "Wheel me over there," he commanded. "Wheel me very close, right in front of him." Dickon was called, and soon a wheeled chair with soft cushions came toward Ben. In the chair, a young Rajah, Colin, leaned back with a proud look in his big, dark eyes and held out his thin white hand. The chair stopped just under Ben's nose. It was no wonder Ben's mouth dropped open. "Do you know who I am?" Colin demanded. Ben stared at him with his red old eyes, as if he were seeing a ghost. He looked and looked, swallowed hard, and then said in a shaky voice, "Who tha art?" "I that I do, with your mother's eyes staring at me. Lord knows how you came here. But you're the poor cripple." Colin's face flushed bright red, and he sat up straight. "I'm not a cripple," he cried furiously. "He's not," shouted Mary. "You do not have a lump as big as a pin." I looked very hard, and there was no lump, not one. Ben Weatherstaff rubbed his forehead and looked as if he could never stop staring. His hands and his voice trembled. He was a simple, old man who only remembered what he had heard. "Tha hasn't got a crooked back," he said in a hoarse voice. "No," shouted Colin. "Tha hasn't got crooked legs." Ben asked, even more hoarsely. That was too much for Colin. All his anger rushed out in a new, strong way. He had never been told before that his legs were crooked, even in whispers. That simple belief hurt him very much. His anger and hurt made him feel a power he had never felt before. "Come here," he shouted to Dickon. "Come here. Now, this minute." Dickon came immediately. Mary felt her face go pale as she watched. "He can do it. He can do it," Mary murmured to herself very fast. There was a brief scramble. Rugs were thrown on the floor. Dickon grabbed Colin's arm, and soon Colin's thin legs were free on the grass. Colin stood up straight as an arrow. He looked tall, his head was thrown back and his eyes flashed like lightning. "Look at me," he shouted at Ben Weatherstaff. "Just look at me, look at me." "He's as straight as I am," cried Dickon. "He's as straight as any lad in Yorkshire." Mary thought Ben Weatherstaff was very strange. He choked, gulped, and tears fell from his wrinkled eyes as he clapped his old hands together. "Eh?" he burst out. "The lies people tell. You are as thin as a lath and as white as a ghost, but there is not a single knob on you. You will grow a knob yet. God bless you." Dickon held Colin's arm tightly. Colin looked up at Ben. "I am your master," Colin declared, "when my father is away. This is my garden. Do not say a word about it. Get down from that ladder and go out to the long walk, and Miss Mary will meet you. I want to talk to you. We did not want you before, but now you must be part of the secret. Be quick." Ben Weatherstaff's angry face was still wet with tears as he spoke. He could not stop looking at thin, straight Colin with his head thrown back. "Eh? Lad," Ben almost whispered. "Eh? My lad." Then he touched his hat in a gardener's way and said, "Yes, sir." "Yes, sir," and he quietly climbed down the ladder. Chapter 22. When the sun went down. When Colin could no longer see Ben Weatherstaff, he turned to Mary. "Go and meet him," he said. Mary quickly ran across the grass to the door covered with ivy. Dickon was watching Colin closely. Colin's cheeks were red, and he looked excited, but he did not look like he would fall. "I can stand," he said proudly, holding his head high. "I told thee that Tha could as soon as Tha stopped being afraid," Dickon said. "And now Tha stopped." "Yes, I've stopped," Colin said. Then he suddenly remembered something Mary had said before. "Are you making magic?" he asked quickly. Dickon smiled widely. "Tha's doing magic thyself," he said. "It's the same magic that makes these flowers grow," he added, pointing at a small bunch of crocuses in the grass. Colin looked down at them. "Yes," he said slowly. "There could not be bigger magic than that. There could not be." He stood up even straighter. I'm going to walk to that tree, he said, pointing to a tree nearby. I will be standing when Ben Weatherstaff comes. I can rest against the tree if I want, but I won't sit down until I decide. Bring a rug from the chair. He walked to the tree. Dickon held his arm, but Colin was steady. When he reached the tree and leaned against it, he still stood straight and tall. When Ben Weatherstaff came through the door in the wall, he saw Colin standing there. He also heard Mary whispering something. "What are THA saying?" he asked, sounding annoyed. He wanted to focus on Colin, who looked proud and strong. Mary did not answer him. She was whispering to Colin. "You can do it. You can do it. I told you you could. You can do it. You can." She wanted to make magic to help Colin stand tall. She did not want him to fall before Ben Weatherstaff. He did not fall. Mary suddenly thought he looked beautiful, even though he was still thin. He looked straight at Ben Weatherstaff in his serious and proud way. "Look at me," he commanded. "Look at me all over. Am I a hunchback? Do I have crooked legs?" Ben Weatherstaff was still shocked, but he was starting to feel normal again. He answered in his usual way. "THA," he said. "Not at all. What have THA been doing with thyself, hiding away and letting people think THA was a cripple and half-witted?" "Half-witted?" Colin said angrily. "Who thought that?" "Many fools," said Ben. "The world is full of people who say lies. Why did THA hide thyself away?" "Everyone thought I was going to die," Colin said shortly. "I'm not." He said it so strongly that Ben Weatherstaff looked him up and down. "THA die?" Ben said with a dry laugh. "Not at all. THA's got too much fight in thee. When I saw thee put thy legs on the ground so fast, I knew THA was all right. Sit on the rug, young master, and give me thy orders." His voice was rough, but there was kindness in it. Mary had told him everything as they walked. The most important thing, she said, was that Colin was getting well. The garden was making him better. No one should remind him about being sick. Colin sat on the rug under the tree. "What work do you do in the gardens, Weatherstaff?" he asked. "Anything I'm told to do," said Ben. "I'm kept on because she liked me." "She?" asked Colin. "Thy mother," said Ben Weatherstaff. "My mother?" Colin asked, looking around. This was her garden, wasn't it? "Aye, it was," Ben said, looking around too. "She loved it very much. This is my garden now. I love it. I will come here every day," Colin said. "But it must be a secret. No one can know we come here. Dickon and Mary have made it alive again. I will call you sometimes to help, but you must come when no one can see you." Ben Weatherstaff smiled a little. "I've come here before when no one saw me," he said. "What?" Colin exclaimed. "When?" "The last time I came here was about 2 years ago," Ben said, rubbing his chin. "But no one has been here for 10 years. Colin said. "There was no door." "I am no one," said Ben, smiling dryly. "I did not use a door. I climbed over the wall. My rheumatism stopped me the last 2 years. THA came and did a bit o' pruning." Dickon cried. "I wondered how it had been done." "She loved it so much," Ben said slowly. "She was such a pretty young lady. She once told me, then, if I ever go away, you must take care of my roses. When she left, the order was that no one could come here. But I came," he added stubbornly. "I climbed over the wall until my rheumatism stopped me. I worked on it once a year." She gave her order first. It would not have stayed alive without thee, Dickon said. I did wonder. I'm glad you did it, Weatherstaff, Colin said. You can keep the secret. I will, Ben said. And it will be easier for an old man with rheumatism to come through the door. On the grass near the tree, Mary had dropped her small spade. Colin reached out and picked it up. He had an odd look on his face. He began to dig into the earth. His thin hands were weak, but he kept trying. Mary held her breath as she watched. Then he pushed the spade into the soil and turned it over. You can do it. You can do it. Mary whispered to herself. I told you, you can. Dickon's big round eyes were full of curiosity, but he did not say anything. Then Weatherstaff watched with great interest. Colin kept digging. After he had moved some soil, he turned to Dickon and spoke proudly in his best Yorkshire accent. THA said I would walk here like other people, and THA said I would dig. I thought THA was only saying it to make me happy. This is only the first day, and I have walked, and now I am digging. Ben Weatherstaff's mouth opened wide in surprise. Then he started chuckling. He said. It sounds like THA has some good Yorkshire sense. THART a Yorkshire lad for sure. And now THART digging too. Would THA like to plant something? I can bring thee a rose in a pot. Go and get it. Colin said, digging with excitement. Quick! Quick! Then Weatherstaff moved quickly, forgetting his rheumatism. Dickon took his spade and dug a deeper, wider hole than Colin could. Mary ran to get a watering can. When Dickon finished the hole, Colin kept turning the soft earth over and over. His pale face glowed with excitement. I want to do it before the sun goes down, he said. Mary thought the sun might stay up just a little longer, just for him. Then Weatherstaff brought the rose in its pot from the greenhouse. He walked across the grass as fast as he could. He was getting excited too. He knelt down beside the hole and broke the pot away from the soil. Here, lad, he said, handing the plant to Colin. Put it in the ground thyself, like a king planting a tree in a new land. Colin's thin white hands shook a little. His cheeks turned even redder as he set the rose in the soil and held it while Ben made the earth firm. They packed the soil around it and made sure it was steady. Mary leaned forward on her hands and knees. Soot, the crow, marched forward to see what was happening. Nut and Shell, the squirrels, chattered from a cherry tree. It's planted, Colin said at last. And the sun is just about to go down. Help me up, Dickon. I want to stand when it goes. That is part of the magic. Dickon helped him, and the magic, or whatever it was, gave him strength. When the sun finally slipped down and the beautiful afternoon ended, Colin was still standing, laughing. Chapter 23. Magic. Dr. Craven had been waiting at the house for a long time when they came back. He was starting to think that someone should go and check the garden. When Colin was taken back to his room, Dr. Craven looked at him carefully. You should not have stayed outside so long, he said. You must not do too much. I am not tired at all, said Colin. It made me feel better. Tomorrow, I will go outside in the morning and in the afternoon. I am not sure if I can allow that, Dr. Craven said. I think it might not be good for you. It would not be a good idea to stop me, Colin said seriously. I am going. Mary had already learned that Colin was very used to giving orders. He had lived alone for most of his life, like a king on a small island, and no one had ever taught him how to behave. Mary had also been rude when she first came to Misselthwaite, but she had started to change. She now understood that people did not like bad manners. She thought it was important to tell Colin this. So, after Dr. Craven left, she looked at Colin for a while. She wanted him to ask her why she was looking at him, and of course, he did. "Why are you staring at me?" he asked. "I'm thinking that I feel a little sorry for Dr. Craven," she said. "I do too," Colin answered, "but only because he won't get Misselthwaite Manor now that I am not going to die." "I'm sorry for him for that reason too," said Mary, "but I was just thinking how hard it must be to be polite to a rude boy for 10 years. I would never have done it." "Am I rude?" Colin asked. "If he had been your own father and he was a strict man," Mary said, "he would have punished you." "But he didn't dare," Colin said. "No, he didn't," Mary agreed. "No one ever dared to do anything you didn't like, because they thought you would die. You were such a weak little thing." "But," Colin said stubbornly, "I am not weak anymore. I won't let people think I am weak. I stood up today." "It's because you always got your own way that you became like this," Mary continued. Colin frowned. "Am I strange?" he asked. "Yes," Mary answered. "But don't be angry, because I am also strange, and so is Ben Weatherstaff. But I am not as strange as I was before I started liking people, and before I found the garden." "I don't want to be strange," Colin said. "I will not be strange." He frowned again, determined. He was a very proud boy. He thought for a while, and then Mary saw his beautiful smile appear. It slowly changed his whole face. "I will stop being strange," he said. "If I go to the garden every day, I will change. There is magic there, good magic, Mary. I am sure of it." "So am I," said Mary. "Even if it's not real magic," Colin said, "we can pretend it is. Underscore something underscore is there underscore something underscore." "It's magic," said Mary, "but not bad magic. It is as white as snow." They always called it magic. It really did feel like magic in the next few months, the wonderful, bright, amazing months. So many things happened in the garden. If you have never had a garden, you might not understand. But if you have had one, you will know that it would take a whole book to tell everything that happened there. At first, it seemed like green things would never stop growing. Plants pushed through the earth everywhere, in the grass, in the flower beds, and even in the cracks of the walls. Then the plants began to show buds. The buds slowly opened, showing every color, blue, purple, red, and yellow. Ben Weatherstaff had seen the garden in its best days. He remembered how the flowers had been planted in every small space. He had even helped by putting soil between the bricks in the walls for flowers to grow. She loved those flowers, Ben Weatherstaff said. She liked the ones that pointed up to the blue sky. She used to say the sky always looked happy. The seeds that Dickon and Mary planted grew as if fairies were taking care of them. Beautiful poppies of all colors danced in the wind. They stood beside the old flowers, which seemed surprised to see them there. And the roses. They were everywhere. They climbed the tree trunks and covered the garden walls. They spread over the ground and wrapped around the sundial. Every day, more leaves and buds appeared. The buds grew bigger and finally opened, filling the air with their sweet smell. Colin watched all of it. He saw every small change. Every morning, he was taken outside. Every afternoon, if it did not rain, he stayed in the garden. Even cloudy days made him happy. He liked to lie on the grass and watch things grow, as he said. He believed that if he watched long enough, he could see buds opening. He also became interested in small animals. He watched them moving around, carrying little bits of food or building their homes. One morning, he spent hours watching a mole dig its way out of the ground. He learned about ants, bees, birds, and frogs. He asked Dickon many questions about foxes, otters, badgers, and squirrels. There was no end to the things to discover. And this was not even half of the magic. The fact that he had stood up once made Colin think a lot. When Mary told him about the spell she had used, he became very excited. Of course, there must be a lot of magic in the world, he said one day. People just don't know how to find it. Maybe the way to start is to say good things are going to happen until they do happen. I want to try something. The next morning, when they went to the secret garden, Colin sent for Ben Weatherstaff. When Ben arrived, he found Colin standing under a tree, looking proud, but also very happy. "Good morning, Ben Weatherstaff," Colin said. "I want you, Dickon, and Mary to listen to me. I am going to tell you something important." Aye, sir," answered Ben, touching his forehead like a sailor. "I am going to try a scientific experiment," Colin said. "When I grow up, I will make big scientific discoveries, and I am going to start now." Aye, sir," Ben said again, though he had never heard about scientific discoveries before. Mary had never heard of them either, but she knew that Colin read many books and always spoke in a way that made people believe him. "The experiment I will do," Colin continued, "is about magic. Magic is everywhere, but people don't know how to use it. It is like electricity or steam. It is real, but we don't understand it." This sounded so grand that Ben Weatherstaff straightened his back and stood up tall. Aye, sir," he said again. "When Mary found the garden, it looked dead," Colin continued. "But something started to grow. Something made flowers come from nothing. I did not know what it was, so I called it magic. I believe magic is in me too. It is making me well. I am going to say every day, magic is in me. Magic is making me strong. You must all say it too." Aye, sir." Then Weatherstaff said, "We will see if it works. When you say something over and over, it stays in your mind. I think magic works the same way." "That is what the Farkers in India do," Mary said. "They say the same words thousands of times." "Jim Fettleworth's wife always called him a bad man," Ben said. "And he always got drunk. Maybe if she had said something nice, he would have changed." Colin thought about this. "Maybe you're right," he said. "She used the wrong magic." Then he sat down on the grass. The others sat with him, making a circle. Even the animals sat quietly around them. "The creatures want to help," Colin said. Then he closed his eyes and started chanting, "Magic is in me. Magic is making me strong." Mary listened, feeling excited. Ben Weatherstaff almost fell asleep. Dickon smiled as his animals sat still beside him. Then Colin stood up. "I am going to walk around the garden," he said. Ben watched closely. Colin walked slowly, but with pride. He held his head high. "The magic is in me," he kept saying. "The magic is making me strong." At the end of the walk, he stood up straight and laughed. "I did it," he cried. "The magic worked." Chapter 24. Let Them Laugh. The secret garden was not the only garden where Dickon worked. Near his home on the moor, there was a small piece of land surrounded by a low stone wall. Every morning and evening, when he was not with Colin and Mary, Dickon worked there. He planted and cared for potatoes, cabbages, carrots, and herbs for his mother. He loved his garden and worked hard, never getting tired. While he dug or pulled weeds, he whistled or sang songs from the moor. He also talked to his animals, Soot, Captain, and the other creatures that followed him. "We wouldn't be as comfortable as we are without Dickon's garden," said Mrs. Sowerby. "His potatoes and cabbages are bigger than anyone else's, and they taste better too. In the evening, after dinner, when the sky was still light, she liked to go outside and talk to him. She sat on the low stone wall and listened to his stories about the day. She loved this time. Dickon didn't only grow vegetables. He also planted flowers. Sometimes, he bought small packets of flower seeds and planted them among the cabbages and gooseberry bushes. He made borders of mignonette, pinks, and pansies. Some flowers came back every year, growing bigger each time. The stone wall around the garden was beautiful because he had placed wildflowers like foxgloves, ferns, and rockcress in the cracks. Now, the stones were almost covered in flowers. A person just needs to be friends with plants, Mother Dickon said. They are like animals. If they are thirsty, give them water. If they are hungry, give them food. They want to live, just like we do. If they died, I would feel like I had been unkind to them. It was during these quiet evening times that Mrs. Selby learned about what was happening at Misselthwaite Manor. At first, Dickon only told her that Master Colin liked to go outside with Mary and that it was helping him get better. But soon, the two children agreed that they could trust Dickon's mother with their secret. They felt sure she would not tell anyone. One beautiful evening, Dickon told her the whole story. He told her about the hidden key, the robin, and how the garden had seemed dead when Mary first found it. He explained how Mary had kept the secret, how he had been brought in, and how they had finally shown Colin the garden. He also described the moment when Ben Weatherstaff had looked over the wall and how Colin had suddenly stood up in anger. Mrs. Sowerby's face changed many times as she listened. "My goodness," she said. "It was a good thing that little girl came to the manor. It has helped her grow, and it has saved the boy. Standing on his feet. And all of us thinking he was a poor, weak boy who could never walk." She asked many questions, and her blue eyes looked deep in thought. "What do the people at the manor think about him getting better and being so cheerful?" she asked. "They don't know what to think," Dickon answered. "Every day, his face looks different. He is filling out, and he doesn't look so thin anymore. His pale colour is disappearing. But he still complains a little," Dickon added with a smile. "Why?" Mrs. Sowerby asked in surprise. Dickon laughed. "He does it so no one will guess what's happening. If the doctor knew he could stand, he might write to Master Craven. Colin wants to keep the secret until his father comes back. He is going to keep practicing every day. Then, when his father returns, he will walk into his room and show him that he is strong and healthy. But he and Mary think it's best to pretend he is still weak sometimes. They act as if he is still sick so no one will suspect anything." Mrs. Sowerby laughed quietly. "That boy and girl are having the best time," she said. "Children love pretending. Tell me how they do it, Dickon." Dickon stopped pulling weeds and sat up to tell her. His eyes twinkled with fun. "Master Colin is carried down to his chair every time he goes outside," Dickon explained. "He complains loudly, saying John, the servant, is not careful enough. He pretends to be very weak and keeps his head down until we are far from the house. When they put him in his chair, he groans and sighs. Both of them enjoy the acting so much. Mary asks, 'Poor Colin, does it hurt? Are you really so weak, Colin?' They try not to laugh, but sometimes they can't stop. When we get into the garden, they laugh so much that they have to press their faces into the cushions so the gardeners won't hear them. The more they laugh, the better," said Mrs. Sowerby, laughing herself. "Laughter is better than medicine. They will both grow stronger because of it." "They are growing stronger," Dickon agreed. "They are so hungry all the time. But Colin is afraid that if he keeps asking for more food, people will stop believing he is sick. Mary says she will give him her food, but he says that if she eats less, she will get thin. They both need to get stronger together. Mrs. Sowerby laughed so much that she rocked back and forth in her blue cloak. "I have an idea," she said when she finally stopped laughing. "Every morning, Dickon, you can take them fresh milk and some bread or buns. That will help them feel full before they go inside for their meals." "Mother, you are wonderful," Dickon said. They were worried yesterday because they didn't know how to eat more without making people suspicious. "They are growing fast," Mrs. Sowerby said. "They need food like young animals. I can imagine how happy they must be." She was right. Colin and Mary enjoyed their secret more than anything. They liked pretending. The idea of keeping the truth hidden had come to them when the nurse and Dr. Craven started asking questions. "Your appetite has improved, Master Colin," the nurse said one day. "You used to eat so little, and so many things made you sick." "Nothing makes me sick now," Colin answered. Then he quickly remembered that he should not seem too healthy. At least, not as often. It must be the fresh air. "Maybe," said the nurse, looking at him curiously. "I must tell Dr. Craven about this." "She was watching you so carefully," Mary said after the nurse left. "She looked as if she was trying to figure something out." "I won't let her find out," Colin said. "No one must know yet." Dr. Craven also noticed the change in Colin. "You are spending a lot of time outside," he said. "Where do you go?" Colin lifted his chin in an important way. "I will not tell anyone," he said. "I go where I like. I have given orders that no one should follow me. I don't like being watched." "You are eating much more than before," Dr. Craven said. "But it seems to agree with you." "Perhaps I have an unnatural appetite," Colin said, trying to look serious. "I don't think so," the doctor replied. "You are gaining weight and looking healthier. Or maybe I am just getting worse in a different way," Colin said with a gloomy expression. Dr. Craven shook his head. "No, I don't think so." After that, Colin and Mary knew they had to be careful. They planned their acting carefully so that no one would suspect anything. "We might need to make it look like I am having a tantrum," Colin said. "But I don't feel sick or angry anymore. I feel too happy." Their plan worked. Dr. Craven was worried, but he could not explain why Colin was looking so much better. "They are eating almost nothing," the nurse said. "Yet they look healthier every day." Dr. Craven sighed and shook his head. "Let them laugh," he said. Chapter 25. The Curtain. The secret garden was full of life, and every morning brought something new. In the robin's nest, there were tiny eggs, and the mother bird sat on them to keep them warm. The father robin watched carefully to make sure nothing hurt them. Even Dickon stayed away from the nest at first. But slowly, the birds seemed to understand that the children were safe. The robin watched Mary and Colin with some worry. He didn't need to worry about Dickon. He somehow knew that Dickon was like a bird himself. Dickon could speak to animals in a way they understood. The robin thought Dickon spoke strange words to humans because they were not smart enough to understand robin language. But the other two were different. The boy in the wheelchair seemed weak, and at first, he could not move on his own. The robin was afraid that he might try to pounce like a cat. But after watching him for a few days, the robin started to understand. One day, the robin remembered how he had learned to fly when he was young. He had taken small jumps at first, then rested and then tried again. He realized that the boy was not dangerous. He was learning to walk, just like young birds learn to fly. He told his mate this, and after that, she was not afraid anymore. As Colin got stronger, the robin and his mate became more comfortable. But they were still confused by the strange movements the children made. Sometimes they would stand under trees and wave their arms and legs in a way that was not walking or running. The robin could not understand why they did this. He didn't know that they were doing exercises to make Colin's legs stronger. Soon, Colin could walk well, and the nest was safe. The mother robin no longer felt worried. She could sit on her eggs peacefully, knowing the children would not harm them. Even when it rained and they couldn't go to the garden, Mary and Colin found ways to have fun. One morning, Colin lay on his sofa feeling restless. "Now that I am a real boy," he said, "I have so much energy. When I wake up and hear the birds singing, I feel like I must jump up and shout. But if I did, can you imagine what would happen?" Mary laughed. "The nurse and Mrs. Medlock would run in, thinking you had gone crazy." Colin laughed too. He could picture how surprised they would be if he suddenly jumped out of bed. "I wish my father would come home," he said. "I want to tell him myself. But I can't keep pretending I'm weak forever. I'm starting to look too healthy. I wish it wasn't raining today." Mary had an idea. "Colin," she said, "do you know how many rooms are in this house?" "Around 1,000, I think," Colin answered. "There are about 100 that no one ever goes into," Mary said. "One rainy day, I explored them. No one knew, except Mrs. Medlock almost caught me. That was the second time I heard you crying." Colin sat up, looking excited. 100 empty rooms. That sounds like another secret garden. Let's go explore them. You can push my chair, and no one will know where we went. "That's exactly what I was thinking," Mary said. "There are long hallways where you could run. We could do our exercises. There's a little Indian room with a cabinet full of ivory elephants. There are so many interesting rooms." "Ring the bell," Colin said. When the nurse arrived, he gave his orders. "I want my chair," he said. "Miss Mary and I are going to explore the empty rooms. John can push me as far as the picture gallery, then leave us alone until I send for him again." That morning, they had a wonderful time. The house was huge, and it felt like an adventure. Once they were alone, Colin got out of his chair. "I'm going to run to the end of the gallery," he said. "Then I'll jump, and we'll do our exercises." And that's exactly what they did. They ran, jumped, and laughed. They looked at paintings and found one of a girl in a green dress holding a parrot. "These must be my ancestors," Colin said. "I think that girl is one of my great-great-aunts. She looks a little like you, Mary, well, like you did when you first came here. Now you're much healthier and prettier." "So are you," Mary said, and they both laughed. They found the Indian room and played with the ivory elephants. They found the rose-coloured sitting room and the old cushion where a mouse once lived. They discovered new corridors, old furniture, and strange objects. "I never knew I lived in such a big, interesting house," Colin said. "I like it. Every rainy day, we will explore more." By the time they returned to Colin's room, they were so hungry that they ate every bit of lunch. Down in the kitchen, the nurse placed the empty tray on the table with a thump. "Look at this," she said. "This house is full of mysteries, and those 2 children are the biggest mystery of all." "If they keep eating like this," said John, the footman, "it's no wonder Colin weighs twice as much as he did a month ago." That afternoon, Mary noticed something different in Colin's room. She had seen it the day before, but hadn't said anything. Now she stared at the painting over the fireplace. "You want to ask me something," Colin said. "I always know when you do. You're wondering why the curtain is open. I decided to keep it that way." "Why?" Mary asked. "Because I don't feel angry when I see her face anymore," Colin said. 2 nights ago, I woke up when the moon was bright. I got up and looked outside. The moonlight was shining on the curtain, and I felt like the magic was filling the whole room. So I pulled the curtain open. She looked at me as if she was happy that I was standing there. Now I like to see her face. You look like her now, Mary said. Sometimes I think you're her ghost, but turned into a boy. Colin thought about this. If I were her ghost, he said, maybe my father would love me. Do you want him to love you? Mary asked. Colin thought for a moment. I used to hate that he didn't love me, he said. But if he did, I think I would tell him about the magic. Maybe it would make him happy. Chapter 26. Its Mother. Colin and Mary believed in the magic every day. In the mornings, Colin sometimes gave small magic lessons. I like doing this, Colin explained. When I grow up, I will make great scientific discoveries, and I will need to give lectures about them. This is good practice. I can only give short lectures now because I am still young, and also because if I talk too long, Ben Weatherstaff might fall asleep. Ben chuckled. The best thing about lecturing, he said, is that you can say whatever you want, and no one can argue back. I wouldn't mind giving a lecture myself sometimes. But when Colin spoke under his favourite tree, Ben didn't fall asleep. He watched Colin carefully. He wasn't really listening to the lecture, he was watching Colin's legs, which were getting stronger. He noticed Colin's head standing tall, his face looking healthier, and his cheeks getting fuller. He saw something in Colin's eyes that reminded him of someone else. One day, Ben was staring at him so much that Colin asked, "What are you thinking about, Ben Weatherstaff?" "I was thinking," Ben said, "that you've gained about 3 or 4 pounds this week. Your legs and shoulders look stronger. I wish I could put you on a scale and check." "It's because of the magic," said Colin, "and Mrs. Sowerby's good food." That morning, Dickon arrived later than usual. He was out of breath from running, and his face looked happy and excited. But there was work to do. After the rain, weeds had started growing everywhere, so they had to pull them out before their roots got too strong. Colin had become good at weeding, and he kept talking as he worked. "Magic works best when you move your body," he said. "I can feel it in my bones and muscles. I am going to read books about the body, but I will also write a book about magic. I keep discovering new things." A few minutes later, Colin suddenly put down his trowel and stood up straight. Mary and Dickon could see he was thinking hard. Then, all at once, he stretched as tall as he could and threw out his arms. His face was full of joy. "Mary! Dickon!" he cried. "Look at me." They stopped their work and stared. "Do you remember the first day you brought me here?" he asked. Dickon looked at him closely. Being someone who understood animals, he noticed things others might not. I remember," he said. Mary nodded, too. "Just now," Colin said, "I looked at my hand while digging, and suddenly I remembered how I used to be. I had to stand up and see if it was real. And it is real. I'm well. I'm well." "I-T-H-A art," said Dickon. Colin repeated it again and again. He had felt better for weeks, but now he knew he was truly strong. He felt like shouting. "I will live forever," he cried. "I will learn about everything, like Dickon. And I will never stop making magic. I feel like I want to say something thankful." Ben Weatherstaff, who had been working nearby, looked over. "Tha could sing the doxology," he said with a small grunt. Colin didn't know what that was. "What is the doxology?" he asked. "They sing it in church," Dickon explained. "Mother says she believes the skylarks sing it when they wake up in the morning." "If your mother says that, it must be a nice song," Colin said. "Sing it, Dickon." I want to hear it. Dickon took off his cap. "Tha must take off Tha cap," he told Colin. Then grumbled, but did as he was told. Colin, standing straight in the sunlight, watched Dickon closely as he began to sing in a clear, strong voice. "Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise him all creatures here below. Praise him above ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen." When he finished, Ben was staring at Colin, his face twitching like he was trying not to cry. "I never liked that song before," he muttered. "I think Tha's gained 5 pounds this week, lad." Colin was about to respond, but then his face changed. He was looking at something in the distance. "Who is that?" he asked quickly. The ivy-covered door had opened and a woman had walked in. She stood still, listening to the song. The sunlight made her blue cloak glow, and she had a warm, kind face. Her eyes took in everything, the children, Ben Weatherstaff, the garden, even the animals. Dickon's face lit up. "It's Mother," he shouted, running toward her. Colin and Mary hurried forward, too. Colin held out his hand shyly. "Even when I was sick, I wanted to meet you," he said. "I wanted to see you, Dickon, and the garden. I've never wanted to see anyone or anything before." Mrs. Sowerby's face softened. Her eyes filled with warmth. Dear lad," she said kindly, calling him something she might say to her own children. She didn't call him Master Colin, just dear lad. Colin liked it. "Are you surprised I'm well?" he asked. She smiled and touched his shoulder. "Aye, that I am," she said. "But Tha looks like Tha, Mother. It made my heart jump." Colin's face lit up. "Do you think that will make my father like me?" "Aye, for sure, dear lad," she said, patting his shoulder again. "He must come home." Then Weatherstaff walked up, looking proud. "Susan Sowerby, look at his legs," he said. 2 months ago, they were as thin as sticks. People said they were bent and weak. But look at Em now." She laughed warmly. "He's going to have strong legs soon," she said. "Let him keep playing and eating well, and he'll be one of the strongest lads in Yorkshire." She turned to Mary and gently held her shoulders. "And thee, too," she said. "Tha's growing as healthy as our Elizabeth Ellen. I'll warrant Tha looks like Tha, Mother. Martha told me Mrs. Medlock said she was a pretty woman. Tha will be too, lass." Mary felt warm inside. She had always loved looking at her mother, even though she had never received much love from her. She was happy to think she might look like her someday. Mrs. Sowerby walked through the garden with them. She admired the flowers, the trees, and the animals. When they told her about the baby robins, she laughed. "I suppose teaching them to fly is like teaching children to walk," she said. "But I think I'd be worried if my babies had wings instead of legs." At last, Colin told her about the magic. "Do you believe in magic?" he asked eagerly. "Aye, lad," she said. "I never called it that name, but it doesn't matter what you call it. It's the same thing that makes the seeds grow, the sun shine, and it's made thee a well lad. It's the good thing. Never stop believing in it." Colin's eyes were wide. "I felt so happy today," he said. "I wanted to shout. I felt different. I felt strong. The magic heard thee," she said. "It hears joy. It listens when you're grateful." She had brought a basket full of food, and they ate happily under the tree. She laughed and told stories, and the children felt warm and safe with her. Before she left, Colin looked at her with shining eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed the edge of her blue cloak and held it tightly. "You are just what I wanted," he said. I wish you were my mother, too." Mrs. Sowerby bent down and pulled him into a warm hug. Dear lad," she whispered. "Thy own mother is in this garden, I do believe. She could never stay away. And thy father must come home, he must." Chapter 27. In the Garden. In every century, people find new and wonderful things. In the last century, people found more amazing things than ever before. In this century, many more wonderful things will be found. First, people do not believe that something strange can be done. Then they hope it can be done. Next, they see it can be done. Finally, it is done, and everyone wonders why it was not done a long time ago. One new idea was that our thoughts are very powerful. A thought can be as good as sunlight or as bad as poison. A bad thought can hurt you like a bad germ. If you keep a bad thought in your mind, it can make you feel sick for a long time. Miss Mary was always sad. She did not like people. She did not enjoy things. Because of her bad thoughts, she looked yellow, sick and bored. But one day, good things began to come into her mind. She started to think of robins, small cottages with children, kind old gardeners, and friendly little housemaids. She thought of spring and secret gardens that woke up each day. She also thought of a moor boy and his animals. There was no room in her mind for the bad thoughts. Soon, she felt better. Colin was a boy who stayed in his room. He only thought of his fears and his weakness. He was very sad. He thought of his pain and his early death. Then, he began to think of new and beautiful things. The bad thoughts left him. His blood became strong, and he felt that he could stand up if he tried. His idea was simple. When a bad thought comes, think of a good one. Two different thoughts cannot be in one place. There is a little saying, "Where you care for a rose, a bad plant cannot grow." While the secret garden was coming back to life and two children were feeling better, a man was walking in beautiful places in Norway and Switzerland. For 10 years, this man had many dark and sad thoughts. He did not try to think of happy things. He walked by blue lakes and high mountains and always thought of the dark. He was very sad. People thought he was mad or had done something very wrong. He was a tall man with a sad face. His name was Archibald Craven. He lived at Misselthwaite Manor in Yorkshire, England. He travelled to many places in Europe. He stayed only a few days in each quiet and lonely place. He climbed high mountains and saw the sun rise on them. But he did not feel the light on himself until one day in a lovely valley in Austria. He walked alone in the valley. He was tired and sat on soft green moss by a small clear stream. The little stream made a soft sound like low laughter. Birds came to drink and then flew away. The valley was very quiet. As he sat and looked at the water, Mr. Craven felt his mind and body become very calm. He wondered if he was sleeping. He was not sleeping. He saw blue flowers, and he remembered how lovely they were. A good thought slowly filled his mind. It pushed the dark thoughts away. It was like a clear spring washing away dirty water. He did not know what was happening. Many months later, when he was at Misselthwaite, he heard Colin shout, "I am going to live forever and ever and ever." That calm feeling stayed with him for a short time. He slept well, but soon his dark thoughts returned. He left the valley and travelled again. Yet sometimes, for a short time, he felt light inside. Slowly, he was coming alive because of the garden. As summer changed into autumn, Mr. Craven went to the Lake of Como. He saw a blue, clear lake and green, soft hills. He walked until he was very tired and then slept well. His dreams were not scary. He thought, maybe my body is getting stronger. The calm times also made his heart stronger. He began to think about Misselthwaite and his boy. He thought about his son with deep feelings. One day, he walked so far that when he came back the moon was high and full. The world looked purple and silver. He did not go into his house. He went to a small terrace by the lake and sat on a seat. He breathed in the fresh night air and felt very calm. Soon he fell asleep. In his sleep, he had a very real dream. In the dream, he heard a sweet, clear, and happy voice calling his name, Archie. 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 He answered, Lilias. Lilias. Where are you? The voice said, in the garden, in the garden. Then the dream ended. He slept soundly all night. In the morning, an Italian servant came with letters. The servant gave Mr. Craven the letters. Mr. Craven sat and looked at the lake. He still felt calm and light. He remembered the dream and said, in the garden. In the garden. But the door is locked and the key is deep down. A few minutes later, Mr. Craven saw an English letter from Yorkshire. It was written by a woman named Susan Southey. She had once spoken to him about Miss Mary. She now said, Please come home. I think you will be glad. Mr. Craven read the letter twice. Then he said, I will go back to Misselthwaite. He went into the garden and told Pitcher to prepare for his return to England. In a few days, he was in Yorkshire again. On the train, he thought of his boy. For 10 years, he had tried to forget him. He remembered the hard days when he was very angry that his son was alive and his wife was dead. He had not wanted to see his son. The first time he came back, his son looked weak and sad. Mr. Craven could not bear to see him and looked away. After that, he saw him only when the boy was sleeping. Everyone said his son was very ill and had a bad temper. He was a very difficult child. But now, on the train, Mr. Craven began to think in a new way. He said, Maybe I have been wrong for 10 years. 10 years is a long time. What have I been thinking? He wondered if Susan Sowerby wrote because his boy was very ill. The calm feeling gave him hope. He began to believe in better things. He thought, maybe I can help my son and make him strong. He decided to visit Susan Sowerby on his way to Misselthwaite. On his way, he stopped at a small cottage. 7 or 8 children played outside. They told him that their mother went to help a woman with a new baby. They also said that Dickon, their friend, worked in the garden at the manor. Mr. Craven looked at the happy, healthy children. He smiled and gave a gold coin to the oldest child. He said, If you share this coin, each of you will have a little money. The children were happy. They waved and laughed as he drove away. The drive over the moor was very peaceful. Mr. Craven felt like he was coming home. He remembered the great old house where his family had lived for 600 years. He thought, maybe I can change for the better. Maybe I can be a good father. He remembered the dream that said, in the garden. In the garden. He said to himself, I will try to find the key. I will try to open the door. When Mr. Craven arrived at the manor, the servants saw that he looked different. He did not go to his old, lonely room. He went to the library and called Mrs. Medlock. She came and said, Master Colin is different now. At first, she said, Is he worse? Then she explained. He used to eat very little, then suddenly a lot, and then not much again. He did not want to go outside before. Now, after a bad tantrum, he asks to go out every day with Miss Mary and Dickon. He is laughing in a strange, happy way. He is always in the garden. No one else may go near him. Mr. Craven said, in the garden, many times in his mind. He left the room and walked slowly like Miss Mary. He went through a door in the shrubs. He saw a fountain with bright autumn flowers all around. He walked on a long path by the ivy-covered walls. He felt as if he was drawn back to a special place. He knew where the door was, even if the ivy hid it. He remembered the key was buried under the shrubs. He stopped and listened. He wondered if he was in a dream. The door was hidden, the key was buried, and no one had gone there for 10 years. Yet, he heard sounds inside the garden. He heard running feet, soft voices, and quiet happy laughter. He asked himself, "Am I dreaming? What do I hear?" Then, suddenly, the voices became loud. Quick, strong steps came closer to the garden door. The door opened, and a boy ran out very fast. Mr. Craven reached out just in time to catch him so he would not fall. The boy was tall and handsome. He was full of life. His hair was thick, and his grey eyes shone with laughter. Mr. Craven was very surprised. The boy said, "Father, I am Colin. You cannot believe it. I hardly believe it myself. I am Colin." Then he said, "It was the garden that made me change. It was Mary, Dickon, and the magic. I am well now. I can run fast. I want to be an athlete." Mr. Craven felt his heart fill with joy. He put his hands on Colin's shoulders and said, "Take me to the garden, my boy, and tell me everything." And they went inside. Inside the garden, the colours were bright. There were autumn golds, purples, violets, blues, and scarlets. Many late lilies stood together. Mr. Craven remembered that he had thought the garden was dead. Colin said, "Mary thought it was dead at first, but it came alive." They sat under a tree. Colin told his story with energy and passion. Mr. Craven laughed and sometimes even cried. He felt happy and full of life. After the story, Colin said, "I will not sit in my chair again. I will walk with you, Father, back to the house." And so they went together. Later, Ben Weatherstaff, who usually worked in the garden, went to the kitchen with vegetables. Mrs. Medlock invited him to drink a glass of beer in the servants' hall. There he saw something very surprising. Mrs. Medlock asked him, "Did you see Master Colin and Mr. Craven?" Ben said, "Yes, I saw them." He added, "Many things are happening outside. You will know soon." After a few minutes, Ben looked out the window at the lawn. He said, "Look there. See what is coming across the grass." Mrs. Medlock and all the servants came to the window. They saw Mr. Craven coming across the lawn. Many had never seen him like this. Next to him walked Master Colin. His head was high and his face was full of laughter. Mr. Craven was very surprised. This was not what Mr. Craven expected. He did not plan to meet his son like this. But the meeting was very good. Mr. Craven looked at the boy and said, "Father, I am Colin. I am your son." Then Mr. Craven said quickly, "In the garden." "In the garden." Colin answered, "It was the garden. It was Mary, Dickon, and the magic. No one knows why, but I am well now. I can beat Mary in a race." Colin put his hand on his father's arm and said, "Aren't you glad, Father? I am going to live forever and ever and ever." Mr. Craven held him and said, "Take me to the garden, my boy, and tell me all about it." And so they went into the garden. The garden was like a wild place of autumn. There were many colours: gold, purple, violet, blue, and scarlet. There were many late lilies, white and red. Mr. Craven remembered that he thought the garden was dead. Colin said, "Mary thought it was dead at first, but it is alive now." They sat under a tree. Colin told his long, strange, and happy story. Mr. Craven listened and sometimes laughed until he cried. He felt a great joy in his heart. Then Colin said, "I will not go back to the chair. I will walk with you, Father, back to the house." And they walked together. The end.